Welcome. Departures here at the Royal International Air Tattoo 2025 getting underway a little early as we see the vertical VX4 taking off and heading back to its base at Cotswold Airport. This, if you're not familiar with it, an electric air taxi. It's being developed here in the UK at Cotswold Airport, and it is in effect a tilt rotor. As a multi-copter, it can conduct vertical takeoffs and landings, but it also enjoys, as we have just seen, the speed and efficiency of a fixed-wing aircraft. Currently the only winged eVTOL being designed with the intention of securing full type certification. Capable of flying at up to 120 knots, has a range of 100 miles. On board it carries 4 passengers and a pilot, and it has been making its public debut here in the static display at the Royal International Air Tattoo over the last few days. And we very much hope that you have been watching and enjoying our coverage of the Royal International Air Tattoo. We've had 3 absolutely superb days of flying, and we've actually had, despite the forecast, some really very good weather as well. We have got away with things very lightly. We were forecast to endure at least 2, possibly 3 days of rain and grey skies, but in fact what we actually got was a Friday that was glorious, a Saturday that was a bit grey, heavy cloud around, but a reasonably high cloud base and a huge amount of vapour, which looked absolutely spectacular. And then on Sunday, yesterday, we started off with grey skies once again, and then it broke at around about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we got that perfect airshow backdrop of big white cumulus and cumulonimbus, and lots of sun and lots of blue. And during the Frecce Tricolore, the second of the Finnish Hornet displays in particular, it looked absolutely fantastic. We very much hope that you were watching along. Thank you to everyone who has signed up to our streaming service over the last week or so. It is you that make all of this possible. But now we are back broadcasting on YouTube, as well as on our streaming service for the Monday departures session. There are in excess of 200 aircraft involved in the Royal International Air Tattoo this year, and today we are going to see, if not all of them, then virtually all of them depart in a matter of just a few hours. And the departures will be coming thick and fast, starting in earnest in around 10 minutes time and continuing all the way through until around about 5 o'clock today. Among the aircraft that we are expecting to see departing, there are some real gems. A French Air and Space Force E-3F Sentry, a sizable contingent from the Pakistan Air Force, including their Special Scheme C-130E, a pair of JF-17s and an Ilyushin Il-76. We've got an Egyptian Air Force Antonov An-74. Of course, all of the flying display participants will be heading off. The likes of the Frecce Tricolore, for example, will be hopefully creating a little bit of colour on their way out. Not the Red Arrows. They departed yesterday evening in order to make some other commitments. They performed a flypast over East Midlands Airport after taking part in the show here today. There's some classic jets that we're going to see departing as well. The Fiat G91, the Hawker Hunter, the Fugger Magister, and so on. There are various large transport and tanker aircraft, the likes of the NATO Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport, the Qatar Emiri Air Force C-17, a variety of C-130 Hercules from Canada and Poland and Jordan, among others, and quite a large contingent from the United States Air Force, including a Rivet Joint and C-5M Galaxy as well. The C-5 currently expected to be our very last movement of the day. Plenty of fast jets to depart as well. F-35s and an F-15 from the United States. We've got an F-35 from this country as well. We've got Tornadoes from Germany. Mirage 2000-5 from the Hellenic Air Force. So it really is going to be a day of tremendous variety. Once again, as you can see, the weather is absolutely perfect despite what was a couple of days ago a quite horrendous forecast with storm warnings in place for today. But as it stands, there is barely a cloud in the sky. The runway that is in use is runway 27. That is the one that starts over my shoulder and goes past us here in the spectator area from right to left as we look at it. And speaking of the showground, I'll give you a little bit of an orientation. The grandstand that we periodically show you a little way off to our left, that is the RIAT grandstand. RIAT standing for Friends of the Royal International Air Tattoo, and they are the individuals who purchase an almost week-long access pass for the show that entitles them to access the viewing area and grandstand at Show Centre that you can see on your screen now for the departure session. Otherwise, it is possible for the general public to get a view of the departures from what is known as Park and View, and those are two enclosures that are technically outside the official showground, off to our extreme left and extreme right, roughly level with the two runway thresholds. What you will also see on your screen now is some of the other remnants of the showground. You can see the first class lounge at the bottom of the screen, and over the course of today you may notice some activity going on with some of the enclosures and chalets and furniture being dismantled and taken away. There may be a little bit of noise associated with that, the showground now being in teardown mode, and we are just doing our best to fit in with the essential activities taking place around the site. So if there is any audio disruption, then our apologies. We will do our best to manage it and to bring you clean sound of aircraft taking off. Departures from the Royal International Air Tattoo is, as you might imagine, a hugely complex process, because this is not an airport or an airfield that is used to handling huge amounts of traffic. There is a volunteer air traffic control team in operation. Most of them are professional air traffic controllers from major UK airports, but nonetheless they are working here as volunteers. And then this airport will be throwing huge amounts of traffic out into the surrounding airspace. This is not something for which there are typically instrument procedures set up, so the timing and order and spacing of the departures will have to be very carefully managed so as not to overwhelm the surrounding airspace management services at Bry's radar, for example. Nonetheless, should things go to schedule, and broadly speaking things usually do, we could be seeing departures as often as every 2 minutes once things get underway in earnest in a couple of minutes' time. The departure plan has been built based on some enormously complex operational requirements here at Fairford as well, because there really aren't many options for how you can unpick this static display. The main taxiway is where the majority of aircraft are parked, so the air operations team needed to sit down some weeks ago for what they call the longest day. They look at every single aircraft, when it would ideally like to arrive, when it would ideally like to depart, and then they plot a parking plan that tries to take all of that into account so that aircraft are free to move about when desired, and yet also the showground is in some way coherent with themed areas. And if you have been attending the Air Tattoo in person over the last few days, then you will know there are some very strong themed areas in the static display this year. There's the Eye in the Sky zone, which is home to various assets that are involved in airborne reconnaissance, photography, search and rescue, so on and so forth. There is also a large area dedicated to the United States Air Force assets. There is the RAF village. There is a line of aircraft from the British military flight training system as well. The IAR 823 taking off their training aircraft developed in Romania in the early 1970s. A type which saw success with the Romanian Air Force as their primary trainer up until the late 1990s, when the surviving aircraft were then sold onto the civilian market. Some aircraft in the line were also produced with hard points. However, there were never any plans to put them into a combat role. Just 80 IAR 823s were built, and that was one of them, still wearing its Romanian colours and taking part in the RIAT static display. Taxiing down the runway now, preparing to depart, our first fast jet of the day, this being an F-16BM Fighting Falcon from the operational conversion unit of the Belgian Air Force based at Kleine-Brogel. Belgium originally ordered 160 F-16As and Bs, manufactured locally by Sabca as one of the original 4 European partner nations of the F-16 programme. Today, that fleet is being wound down ahead of the delivery of the first F-35s, with around 50 F-16s currently in service, all of which have been through a midlife upgrade, which brings them to approximately F-16C Block 50 standard. Sadly, Belgium's F-16 solo display is no longer with us, having been axed due to the urgent need to preserve airframe hours and free up training capacity for both the F-16 and the F-35. Nonetheless, the Belgian Air Component has sent this special scheme aircraft to take part in the static display here at RIAT, the Belgian Air Component always having been a very strong supporter of the show. Also taking to the runway, a Merlin HM2 from the Royal Navy. Coming from 814 Naval Air Squadron based at Culdrose. This is one of two main versions of the Merlin operated in British service. There is the HC4, which are used mainly for transport, and this the HM2, which is a more specialised version. It's used for anti-surface and anti-submarine warfare. It's fitted with blue Kestrel radar, an electro-optical camera and dipping sonar. It is cleared for shipborne operations, and theoretically 14 Merlins are deployed aboard the Navy's aircraft carriers during major deployments, although in actual fact the number is usually considerably lower than that. It's also an aircraft that can take on an airborne early warning role, with 5 airframes being outfitted with the Crow's Nest radar pod, and they can act as an airborne command and control post. That system reached full operating capability earlier this year. Actually, it'll be retired in 2029, such are the peculiar workings of the world of defence and aerospace. And now, rolling for takeoff, the F-16BM back to its base at Kleine Brogel. Now we will see some arrivals as well, even though this is a departures day. These will be support aircraft coming in to pick up personnel and equipment and then head for home again. This is a CASA C295M, the 35th wing of the Spanish Air and Space Force. That is here in support of the sizable Spanish contribution to the air tattoo this year, which has included a wonderful solo display by one of their C-16 Typhons. That's what they call the Eurofighter Typhoon. They've also sent a static display aircraft in the form of a Sikorsky S-76C for the Eye in the Sky theme, or the HE-25 as it is officially known in Spanish service, and we should be seeing that departing later on today. Several helicopters running, which you can see on your screen now. The Dutch NH-90, Czech Sokol, and taking to the runway an aircraft that is of a fixed-wing variety, a Belgian air component Airbus A400M. That aircraft coming from number 20 Squadron, based at Nelsbrook, and it is part of a multinational unit In 2001, Belgium signed a bilateral agreement with Luxembourg to jointly acquire and operate a fleet of Airbus A400Ms. As part of that agreement, Belgium ordered 7 aircraft and Luxembourg ordered a further example. Deliveries of that fleet of 8 aeroplanes in total completed in February 2024. All 8 are based at Melsbrook Air Base, which is a part of Brussels International Airport. 7 of them, as you would expect, fly in the markings of the Belgian Air Force, and the 8th carries Luxembourg markings. There go the 2 Sokols of the 243rd Helicopter Squadron of the Czech Air Force, which we've enjoyed seeing perform an absolutely brilliant 2-ship display here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. And actually on the Wednesday we got to see a bonus solo display as well, the solo display needing to be validated just in case one of the primary display aircraft suffered a technical problem. So we managed to see both of the displays by the Czech Air Force Sokols over the course of the week. The pairs display, though, being particularly enjoyable and particularly novel because it is new for this year and has never been seen at the Air Tattoo before. There is the NH90 NFH, which stands for NATO Frigate Helicopter. It comes from 860 Squadron of the Royal Netherlands Air Force based at De Kooi, and it is operated by the Royal Netherlands Air Force on behalf of the Navy. The Netherlands was one of the original nations to back the NH90 project. They were the first nation to order the NFH navalised version. They can be deployed aboard destroyers or used as troop transport, in addition to their role as anti-submarine platforms. Belgian A400M starting its takeoff roll as it starts its journey back to Brussels. An 825 Naval Air Squadron Wildcat, complete with dummy weapons load, hover taxiing out to the runway behind one of the leader vehicles, and then in the far distance we have the two Sokols taking to the runway also. It's only the second time that we've had Sokols in the RIAT flying display. The first time was in 2022, and who knows, it could well be the last time as well, what with the type's reasonably imminent retirement. Sokols, built by Pizdel Svidnik, the first helicopter to be entirely designed and built within Poland, albeit it is very loosely based on the Milmai 2, which was designed in the Soviet Union but built in Poland. As you can see, two different paint schemes on these aircraft, one of them in camouflage, one of them in search and rescue colours. 80 years of helicopter search and rescue has been one of the sub-themes of this year's Royal International Air Tattoo, and that mix of colour schemes was requested by the air operations team here so as to represent the full capabilities and roles of the Czech Sokol fleet. Search and rescue is a very large part of their role. They have saved some 5,000 or so lives in Czech service. They were acquired in a slightly unusual way. Czech Air Force was in need of some light multi-purpose helicopters but had a surplus of fighters, so they organised a swap with the Polish military, trading 10 MiG-29s for 10 Sokols. 8 of them have been put through a major overhaul to extend their service life, a process that started in 2015. They are expected to be retired in the late 2020s. Those Sokols come from the 243rd Helicopter Squadron of the Czech Air Force. They are en route back to their base on the outskirts of Prague. And now a UH-1D Iroquois. Civilian operated, but in the search and rescue colours of the German army. Outstandingly successful multi-purpose helicopter, of which more than 16,000 were built during a 31-year production run, starting in 1956 and continuing all the way up until 1987. It was originally developed for the United States as a medical evacuation and general utility helicopter, also built under license in Germany and operated by the German Army up until 2021. And this is an aircraft that we were very pleased to see at the Air Tattoo this year. A Lynx Mark 88 of the German Navy, on the cusp of retirement. It comes from Marinefliegergeschwader 5 of the German Navy. It's an aircraft type that has been operated by that air arm since 1981. Has been upgraded to Super Lynx standard. Flies in the anti-submarine role aboard German Navy vessels, although its service has also been key to Germany's contribution to the international effort to combat piracy off Somalia since 2012. A fleet of NH-90 NFH-C Tigers currently being procured to replace the Sea Lynx, so this will be the last time that we see a German Navy Lynx at the Royal International Air Tattoo. There goes an FLS Aerospace Sprint 160 from the RAF Rapid Capabilities Office. And crossing the runway now, indeed backtracking the runway by the look of it, the Britten-Norman BN-2B Islander, an aircraft developed as a twin-engine short takeoff and landing airliner and light transport aeroplane. It's been in constant production since 1965 and is probably best known as being used by small airlines to serve routes to places like the Scilly Isles and the Hebrides, landing on the beach runway at Barra, for example, but it's also used by several militaries as a liaison and surveillance aircraft. This particular one is a civilian-operated example, though. It comes from Channel Islands Air Search, a voluntary search and rescue service based in Guernsey. They have one islander in their fleet, as well as several rescue helicopters and lifeboats. And now a Piper PA-18 Super Carb, keeping it nice and low, this one in the markings of the Italian Air Force. They use the type for forward air control, guiding in airstrikes onto targets. Of course, the vast majority of Super Cubs were operated in civilian hands. The type was built in absolutely enormous numbers, 10,000 of them being built up until production closed in 1994. And it is based very closely on the original J3 Cub, famously used throughout the Second World War as an artillery spotting and liaison aircraft, much the same as this one was. This model, however, differs through the addition of an electrical system, a more powerful engine, and a flap system which allows the type to retain its superb short takeoff and landing capability. Now this is a delightful aircraft, and quite an effort was made to get it here to the air tattoo. It is a LET 410 FG Turbolet from the 242nd Special Transport Aviation Squadron of the Czech Air Force. It's based in Prague. But this is not a standard LET 410, the LET 410 being a reasonably common sight among the air forces of Central and Eastern Europe. a Czech-designed and built twin-engined light transport aircraft that possesses excellent short-field and unpaved airfield capabilities. Prototype first flew in 1969, and it has since secured orders from a variety of military and civilian operators, with over 1,200 aircraft being produced. The Czech Air Force obviously being among them. They've operated the Let 410 since 1985, and they use it as a utility transport and surveillance aircraft. And now you can see what makes this aircraft so unique, this particular airframe so unique. You take a look at the nose. This is one of the surveillance versions, the FG. It's equipped with Leica cameras in the nose and a specialist flight control system to allow for accurate ground scanning while taking part in mapping missions. And curiously, that glass nose does create something of a complexity when it comes to flying the aircraft halfway across Europe to take part in an air show, because the nose gear on this specific aeroplane cannot retract as a result of that modified nose. So it has flown all the way across Europe with the main gear retracted but the nose gear extended. And now you can see that nose wheel hanging down. It does look awkward and adding so much drag over the course of a pretty long flight. And now lining up on the 2.7 threshold, a pair of German NH90s, possibly about to be joined by a third coming out of the static display. We've been seeing the German Army NH90 in the flying display over the last few days. A very polished performance indeed in this helicopter type that was developed in response to a NATO requirement for a multi-role helicopter suitable for use on the battlefield and at sea. This is the TTH, or Tactical Transport Helicopter version, which is the land-based variant, capable of transporting up to 1.5 tons of cargo or 20 troops, alternatively up to 12 people on stretchers in the case of medical evacuation missions. It can also be used for search and rescue or as an airborne command post, even as an electronic warfare platform. As they come by, hopefully we'll get a chance to appreciate the rather unusual shape of the NH90's fuselage, a diamond-shaped hull constructed from carbon composites, and that has two distinct advantages. Firstly, a very low radar cross-section. The NH90 has the lowest radar signature of any helicopter in its class, and secondly, it gives the aircraft a very low empty weight. Airbus estimates that this has improved the NH90's range and endurance by 30% compared to what it would have been capable of had it been built with a conventional metallic fuselage. There's another interesting feature visible on the top of the fuselage. On many helicopters you can clearly identify where the engine intakes are. That's not so on the NH90, they've been quite cunningly disguised. Likewise, the engine exhaust is suppressed by heat deflectors, and all of this helps to substantially reduce the aircraft's infrared conspicuity and therefore its susceptibility to heat-seeking missiles. Two units of the German Army operate the NH90, and these ones come from Helicopter Transport Regiment 10, based in Bassberg. Deliveries of the type to Germany began in 2006, and their operational debut came in 2013 when 4 examples were deployed to Afghanistan in the medical evacuation role. As I was describing earlier on when we saw the German Navy Lynx Mark 88 departing, the German Navy is soon to join the list of NH90 operators as well. They've ordered the navalised version, known as the Sea Lion. Delivery is due to start later this year, initially replacing the Sea King in the search and rescue role, and later replacing the Lynx Mark 88 in the anti-submarine warfare role. Jet Ranger taking to the runway behind the NH90s down at the 09 end. The 27 end of the runway is out to our right hand side, the 09 end out to our left hand side. And what we are expecting to see is an accumulation of helicopters. You can see a further NH90 has joined the formation, that having come from the static display, and it sounds like they are all going to proceed to show centre to give those in the RIAT grandstand a good view. Although perhaps not. So there goes the German Navy Lynx Mark 88 off to join some of the other German Rotary assets. The Jet Ranger being civilian operated but coming from Germany. And that whole formation departing in loose line astern, all 5 of them. Now, the C-130E Hercules of the Pakistan Air Force taking to the runway. It's the first time since 2018 that we've seen a Pakistan Air Force C-130 at the Air Tattoo. The workhorse of Pakistan's air transport fleet, 19 Hercules in operation, all flying with number 6 Squadron in Islamabad. That includes some very old C-130Bs, a small fleet of C-130Hs, and a much larger number of C-130Es such as this one. They also have a single L-100-30, which is the civilian model of the Hercules, purchased second-hand from Pakistan International Airlines. That aircraft was the winner of this year's Concours d'Elegance for the best presented static display aircraft at the show. Obviously, the flying display awards is they're the main awards that most people get excited about, and they have not yet been formally announced by RIAT. Some of them have trickled out via unofficial means, but on Saturday some of the minor awards were handed out, the Concours d'Elegance and the Spirit of the Meat, for example, and both of those going to the Pakistan Air Force. C-130 winning the Concours and the JF-17 winning the Spirit of the Meat award. This, one of the real stars of the show, backtracking the runway now, the French Air and Space Force E3F Sentry, which performed a fly-past just following the end of the flying display on Friday, and then appeared on static display on Saturday and Sunday. Comes from Escadron 36 at Avor. Sentry was developed in the early 1970s for the US Air Force as a replacement for the EC-121 Warning Star, based on the Constellation. But the Sentry was obviously jet-powered, based on the 707-320B airliner. A total of 68 Sentries were built between 1977 and 1992, and they were delivered to the US Air Force, the French Air Force, NATO, Saudi Arabia and the Royal Air Force. The RAF's aircraft were the last Sentries to be produced. They were also the first to be retired. That was in 2021. As you can see, the Sentry bears a very large rotating radome attached above the fuselage. The radar within can simultaneously monitor all altitudes from sea level up to the stratosphere. There's a fleet of 4 E3F Sentries in French Air and Space Force service. They were delivered in the 1990s. Very rare participants at air shows anywhere, but particularly at air shows outside of France, and it was a real treat to have this one here in the RIAT static display as part of the Eye in the Sky theme. And now rolling for takeoff from Escadron 36 at Basse-Ariane 702 from the Armée de l'Air et de l'Espace, the E3F Sentry. And now the first of several RAF Typhoon FGR-4s that we'll see departing the show today is taking to the runway. These ones come from number 29 Squadron at RAF Coningsby. It is the primary display jet and the spare. Of course, there's also a couple of RAF Typhoons on static display, which we'll see departing later on. what you've just seen is a very good demonstration of the Typhoon's version of an unrestricted takeoff. 40,000 pounds of thrust coming from the Typhoon's two Eurojet EJ200 engines, and in the grand scheme of things it's not a very heavy fighter, which means its thrust to weight ratio is absolutely phenomenal. And if you look at the unrestricted departures of most fast jet aircraft, what they will do is they will take off, retract the landing gear and perform a low transition along the runway, and when they reach the opposite runway threshold, then they'll pull back hard on the stick and go vertical. But with a Typhoon, as you've just witnessed, the standard way of conducting an unrestricted takeoff is just to pull all the way back on the stick from rotation and go straight into the vertical from the wheels lifting off the tarmac. .313 Gruppo of the Italian Air Force now taking to the runway, much better known as the Frecce Tricolori. Here with some 9 Aermacchi MB339s. It's one shy of the usual 10 that would see in their displays, but nonetheless they have adjusted their sequence to keep all of the formations symmetrical, and they have put on some absolutely tremendous performances over the weekend. On Saturday, managing to squeeze in a full show under some very low and thick cloud by full show standards, and they were grazing the bottom of it on occasion. And then we had them against the most glorious sky yesterday. Lots of blue, big puffy white cumulus, coloured smoke standing out so well from this absolutely fabulous display team, the national aerobatic team of Italy. They have so much flair, so much character, so much colour, and such a unique way of doing things. An instantly recognisable show, and great to see them in a British flying display for the first time since 2022, now rolling for takeoff en route to their base at Rivolto. We will probably see here is actually the Frecce Tricolori's airshow takeoff. 5 aircraft normally, 4 aircraft today, taking off, performing a lap round the back of the airfield, and as they come back past us again, the second group of aircraft will commence their takeoff roll. The two groups will then join up just beyond the runway threshold out to our left-hand side. It's the Frecce Tricolori's 65th anniversary airshow season this year. Italy has such a strong history of formation aerobatic teams, and it was the early Italian aerobatic teams in the 1930s that set the standard and invented many of the manoeuvres that we still see today. And the Royal International Air Tattoo marked this 65th anniversary with a very special formation, the participants of which we shall see later. one of their previous mounts, the Fiat G91, performing in a British flying display for the first time since 1981, flying in formation with the next aircraft to be flown by the Frecce Tricolori, the Leonardo T346A Master, which will begin equipping this brilliant team in a few years' time. A Jet Provost T5 now taking to the runway, one of a couple of Jet Provosts that we've seen in the Air Tattoo static display this week, a T5 and a T3A. Provost T1, the prototype, formerly entered service with the RAF at Hullabington in 1957. The main production T3 version followed in 1959, and it had been developed to meet the need for a jet-powered trainer, something that approximated the speed and performance of frontline fighters, but with much more forgiving handling. The T5 was the ultimate version, featuring a more powerful engine and a pressurised cockpit. It began entering service in 1969 and remained operational until 1993. And the example we just saw was appearing courtesy of Viper classic aircraft. And now another ex-Royal Air Force trainer type about to take off, a pair of Scottish Aviation Bulldogs on the runway. to anyone who's joined the broadcast since we began streaming. A very warm welcome to our live coverage of the Royal International Air Tattoo departure session. This is the biggest military air show in the world, and we have just enjoyed 3 absolutely superb show days which were broadcast exclusively on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. But now we have a very busy day of departures with over 200 aircraft due to leave RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire, and the action started a little over an hour ago. It will continue until 5 p.m. this evening. If you missed our live coverage from the show and you'd like to catch up on it, then you can watch all of the live broadcasts on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. There will be about 55 hours of broadcasting in total across the week, including the arrivals, the show days and the practice sessions. And if you do sign up over at watch.planestv.com, you'll also be able to access our catalogue of airshow programmes dating all the way back to 1989 and being added to all the time, including with a forthcoming highlights film from the Royal International Air Tattoo featuring behind-the-scenes footage and cockpit material as well. It'll probably run for around 2 hours, and we're expecting to release it sometime in the autumn. But now, starting its takeoff roll, the first of 2 FA-18C Hornets from the Finnish Air Force, a type that has been putting on tremendous flying displays here. My personal highlight of the show over the last few days. The Hornet has long been a fantastic airshow performer. Really phenomenal high alpha performance by the standards of non-thrust vectoring aircraft, thanks in no small part to the leading edge route extensions or strakes which run forward of the wing towards the cockpit, and they enables this aircraft to be among the first to perform manoeuvres such as the square loop and the pirouette, both of which were part of the Finnish Hornet solo displays that we've been enjoying over the last few days. And indeed, the Finnish Hornets are superior even to regular C-model Hornets in operation by other air arms as airshow performers, because not only do they have the very latest flight control software available for the type, which has completely removed any software angle of attack limits, but they also have structural reinforcements both to the fuselage itself and also to the hinges in the wings that allow the Finnish Hornets to pull 9G. Virtually every other Hornet operator is limited to 7.5G. And now we see a Saab Gripen, 2 of them in fact, Saab Jas 39E Gripens, coming from Saab themselves rather than from any particular air force. They've been making their second RIAT flying display appearance over the past few days, having first visited the show in 2023, and this is the very latest version of the Gripen family. Some might describe it as a 4.5 generation aircraft. Saab disagree. They say this is an aeroplane that makes the concept of fighter generations entirely obsolete. It incorporates AI and machine learning in the cockpit, as well as a great many hardware improvements over its predecessor as well. A more powerful engine, a General Electric F414, which produces 4,000 additional pounds of thrust as compared to the previous generation of the Gripen. It also includes active electronically scanned array radar, infrared search and track, more advanced avionics, a new electronic warfare system that is capable of signals intelligence monitoring, a revised undercarriage and fuselage layout as well, which creates space for additional fuel, and 2 extra weapons hardpoints. In all, the Gripen E can carry 36% more external payload than its predecessors and 48% more internal fuel, almost doubling the aircraft's combat radius. It was displayed in the flying by Saab test pilot Martin Donaldson, and that was another very enjoyable fast jet display. But taking off from the midpoint of the runway, there goes the Piaggio P166. Piaggio developed as a land-based follow-on from the P163 float plane. It retained the wings and engines of the original aircraft but mated them to a new fuselage designed for land operations. It was used as a bush plane, a regional airliner, also saw military service with 3 nations, South Africa, Italy and Somalia, as a utility, liaison and photo reconnaissance aircraft. And that is a beautiful sight, isn't it? A Hawker Hunter T-72 comes from Hawker Hunter Aviation, based at RAF Leeming. The Hawker Hunter goes down in history as the most successful post-war British-built jet fighter in terms of export success. It's been operated by 22 nations. Hawker Hunter Aviation operates a fleet of retired Hunters, including 10 ex-Swiss Mark 58s and this ex-Chilean Air Force T-72. But now we turn our attention back to the Gripen E's. The Hunter has cleared the runway and the Gripens shall commence their takeoff roll. Hawker Hunter Aviation have other aircraft as well, incidentally. They've got Buccaneer and a Sukhoi Su-22. They are not airworthy at the moment, but they are kept in a condition such that they could be made airworthy should the need arise, and that need would come from the Royal Air Force or the Ministry of Defence, because this organisation performs flight testing and training services on behalf of the British military. The Gripen's just waiting for onward clearance from Bry's radar, the radar service to whom they shall be handed immediately after takeoff from Fairford. But takeoff clearance has now been given. Another Scottish Aviation Bulldog now on the runway. Always a few lighter aircraft to get away to their home bases. And they tend to go in batches rather than being interspersed one at a time among the fast jet departures. So we've seen a few Bulldogs going in recent minutes, and that, I think, is a Cessna 152 from the Halton Aero Club. For the sake of expediency, some of the arrivals and departures will not necessarily use the full length of the runway, so if they come on at the midway intersection and then turn left, we will get very distant views of them, such as what we just saw of that Cessna. But now the Hawker Hunter T-72 is on the threshold out to our right. We have a Chipmunk entering the runway at the midpoint to our left hand side, and there it is rolling for takeoff. A Chipmunk T-10 to be specific, in Royal Air Force training colours. What you will hear over the course of today is a little bit of movement by ground vehicles and personnel. We just had the JCB driving right past our microphones, which was possibly fairly loud for you at home. This is teardown day here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, and we are fitting in best we can with the essential showground movements. an Italian F2000 Typhoon heading down the parallel taxiway, and as it does so you'll see some bits of burnt grass in the foreground. There is some of it, and the reason for that is because of the Army Air Corps capability demonstration as part of the Friday flying display here, which included some very large pyrotechnics, a display by a Wildcat and 2 Apaches. But now taking off from the right-hand side, a Bell 47H1, an example of that legendary single-engine light helicopter that first flew in 1946. It was the very first helicopter to be fully certified for civilian use. And here is one of the military versions, the Bell Sioux AH-1, that type being operated by the British Army Air Corps from 1964 until 1977. And this particular airframe has a special association with the air tattoo because 40 years ago, the first ever edition of the International Air Tattoo, as it was then called, took place at RAF Fairford. The show had been going on for longer than that, initially at North Weald and then at Greenham Common, but it moved to Fairford in 1985, and this was one of the very aircraft that appeared in the show that year. So it has been brought back to RIAT 2025 to celebrate that 40-year anniversary. A type helicopter that is now operated by the historic Army Aircraft Flight, based at Middle Wallop, so that is where it shall now be heading. A Finnish Air Force Casa C295M now arriving. That is the support aircraft for 2 Finnish Air Force contributions, the Hornet in the flying display and the MD500 in the static display, though we won't be seeing the MD500 depart because it actually arrived in the back of a lorry, as I understand it, and will be leaving on the back of a lorry as well. The Finnish Air Force operates 4 C295s as their primary tactical transport platform. And you can see now some of what I was describing earlier, what with the showground being in teardown mode. There will be vehicles like that moving around us over the course of the day. And behind it, the Italian Air Force F2000A Typhoon, starting its takeoff roll momentarily. The Typhoon entered service with the Italian Air Force in 2004, primarily replacing the F-104 Starfighter. Single-seaters like this one, designated the F-2000A. Dual-seaters are called the F-2000B. They were used initially solely in the air defence role, as the Italian Air Force doesn't consider them to be viable as multi-role platforms. However, the Italian Air Force is slowly growing a swing role capability for the Typhoon. It's now capable of reconnaissance tasks thanks to the Rafael Recce Light Pod attachment, and weapons integration with various laser-guided bombs has also been completed. Since 2005, Italian Typhoons have been used for quick reaction alert. They've also been deployed on air policing missions in Albania and Lithuania, and they've flown combat air patrols securing the skies over Libya. Next to take off, the French Navy Atlantique II from 23 Flotille, and this was one of my highlights of the week. I know it was the same for Adrian as well. Absolutely fantastic to see this aircraft being flown at all, but particularly to see it being flown in such a photogenic fashion. Really fantastic contributions to the flying display by this aircraft. A type which is now only operated by the French Navy. It will continue in their service into the early 2030s thanks to some very comprehensive upgrades indeed. Note as it takes off past us the unique double bubble fuselage, the pressurised top compartment for the crew and the unpressurised lower compartment for the weapons. Type that is used very broadly for patrol missions, also to protect and escort the French Navy's nuclear submarines. And they do have an overland strike role as well. It can be used for mapping and reconnaissance. It's even capable of precision strike missions carrying laser-guided bombs. And as such, the Atlantique has been used on combat operations in the Middle East as part of the fight against Islamic State, and also taking part in Operation Serval in Mali. due to depart over the next few minutes. The Jet Provost T3A and the F-16s of the Polish Air Force. But there's a little bit of a shuffle going on at the moment, getting aircraft backtracking down the runway to the appropriate parking space for them. In the case of the C295 that we just saw arriving from the Finnish Air Force, and getting them out to the appropriate runway threshold in the case of some of the departing traffic as well. There's a C27 I think I spotted down at the left hand end of the runway somewhere, waiting to enter, presumably to backtrack at some point. There's a standoff now occurring as the air traffic control team here try to clear the runway for the Jet Provost T3A to depart. There's always a complex moment at some point during the departure session here at the Air Tattoo. The taxiway layout is fairly restrictive here at RAF Fairford, particularly for some of the very largest aircraft, the likes of C-17s and so on and so forth, which are forced to backtrack down the runway instead of using the northern taxiway, because the northern taxiway is very close to a construction site at the moment and there is a wingspan limit in place. But the Jet Provost T3A has now been cleared for departure. This one coming from the Classic Jet Preservation Group. And now the Polish F-16s lining up on the runway. Poland came to acquire this type in the early 2000s. The country badly needed to modernise its Soviet-era Air Force, and an aggressive three-way competition ensued, pitting the F-16 against the Jas-39 Gripen and the Mirage 2000. In the end, the F-16 was selected. Poland now operates a total of 48 of them, equipping 3 squadrons, and they were delivered between 2006 and 2008. At the time of their delivery, these were the most advanced F-16s in NATO. Now on their way to their base at Szczecin Air Base near Poznan, here they go. The lead 2 aircraft, as you can see, fitted with CFTs, conformal fuel tanks, which can carry an extra 2,200 litres of fuel, increasing the aircraft's range by 40%. All of Poland's F-16s can be fitted with CFTs, and most of them wear them as a permanent fixture. They can carry considerably more fuel than a traditional centerline tank, but they produce 88% less drag, and unlike a conventional drop tank, they do not impinge on the F-16's maximum load factor, which stands at 9G. The aircraft bringing up the rear, though, was not wearing CFTs, and that one, as you may have spotted, was painted up in a special colour scheme. Coming in as a 3-ship to give us a fly past on their way home. The 3 F-16s, known officially in Polish service as the Jastrob, which translates as Hawk. We have so much enjoyed seeing one of them in the flying display, with Major Maciej Krakowian at the controls, call sign Slab, but now here comes the 3-ship. F-16 display among the award winners for the flying display at this year's Air Tattoo. Their second time in the UK this year. They were also at Cosford a few weeks ago, but before that you had to go all the way to 2018 to see this team's last British airshow appearance. And the display has changed much since then. It has become one of the most aggressive fast jet solo displays on the European circuit, and its award is very well deserved indeed. Taken to the runway now, a modified Grob 109B motor glider. You might know it as a Vigilant T1 if you flew at any point with the Air Cadets or one of the Air Experience flights of the Royal Air Force. A motor glider built by Grob in Germany, conventionally fitted with a 90 horsepower engine. This one, though, has been retrofitted with a 120 horsepower Rotax 912. It is an ex-Royal Air Force example which was handed over to the Aerobatics charity when it was forcibly retired due to paperwork issues, and they, along with Grob, completed a rebuild of several ex-Royal Air Force Grob 109s. They fitted the new engines and they are now selling them on to the private market. We've been broadcasting here at the Royal International Air Tattoo ever since Wednesday of last week, and by the end of today there'll be about 55 hours of live broadcasting, much of which was conducted exclusively on our paid access streaming service over at watch.planestv.com. And if you would like to re-watch the full flying displays over the last 3 days, that is where you will need to go. While you're there, you will also find a large catalogue of programmes going all the way back to 1989. We are adding to that collection all the time. There will be a Royal International Air Tattoo highlights film added to the streaming service in the coming months, including cockpit material and behind the scenes footage. We're also in the process of editing programmes from Antidotum Airshow Leszno, from Pardubice. There will be programmes later in the year from Hanweide, from Dubai and more. And while we have a short pause in the departures, let's take a dip into the archive and show you the sort of thing that you will find at watch.planestv.com.
The Brazilian Smoke Squadron, or as they would call themselves, the Esquadrilha do Fumaça.
Mid-May was the 70th anniversary of the Great Dam Busters raid in 1943.
All that and more available on our streaming service, and we're adding a new programme on Tuesday. That will be a highlights programme from the International Air Tattoo here at Fairford 1993, and we'll be showing you later on today some clips of that programme. The tapes have never been used for anything before. Astonishingly, they were recorded back in 1993, put into storage and never edited. Until now, we've restored the tapes, we've created a 2-hour programme about the show that year, and that will be coming to the streaming service, as I said, tomorrow. But now, waiting to enter the runway, we have another of the aircraft that was here as part of a sub-theme marking 80 years of helicopter search and rescue operations, and specifically this is a Westland Sea King HAR-3. It was developed as a license-built version of the Sikorsky S-61, once, of course, a very common sight over the UK. It was familiar in its battlefield guise, known as the Jungly Sea King, but also as a search and rescue platform, and it's the latter that we see represented here. That search and rescue Sea King role has since been taken over by private contract Bristow Helicopters, now providing UK search and rescue capability, and the Sea King has not flown in British service since 2016. Fortunately though, several have come into the ownership of historic helicopters based in Shard. Their fleet currently includes ex-RAF, Royal Navy and Belgian Air Force examples, not just of the Sea King but also the Whirlwind, Wessex and the Lynx. We've seen their Lynx buzzing around quite a lot over the last few days, acting as a support aircraft for the show, an aerial camera ship if you like. And this Sea King has been taking part in the static display. Also taking part in the static display, the US Air Force B-1B Lancer, which has appeared holding short of the runway 09 threshold, and you can see it in your shot now. Now this is something of a surprise to us because it did not appear on the movement list that we were sent yesterday, so we will of course keep a very close eye on the B-1. But now taking to the runway for its flight back to Shard, the historic helicopters Sea King HAR-3. And now one of the 3 static display participants from the Irish Air Corps at this year's show. This is an EC-135 from 3 Operations Wing at Casement, one of 4 EC-135s operated by the Irish Air Corps, of which the first was delivered in 2005. the B1 is on tow and is not going to be taking off anytime soon, and indeed probably not taking off anytime today. What we now believe is happening is the aircraft is being towed over to the northeast loop, as we so often refer to it. It's the area that your camera is pointing at now, where the German A400M is parked up, and that is the main operational area of the airfield, and the B1 probably being towed over there for further engineering work to be carried out. We had very much hoped to see a B1 in the flying display of the Royal International Air Tattoo 2025 on the Friday and the Saturday. It should have been taking off, then performing a fly past and landing again some time later. Unfortunately, that was not to be due to technical problems with the aircraft. But we did get to see an example on static display. It's the first time in some years that we've had a static display B1 at a British airshow. And that despite the fact that B1s are reasonably common sights here at Fairford in non-airshow times, this base being used for semi-regular bomber task force deployments involving both B1s and B-52s several times per year. The B-1A, the original version of the Lancer, was developed as a supersonic bomber that combined the payload of the B-52 Stratofortress with the speed of the B-58 Hustler. It was capable of very high speeds indeed, and could well have been an extremely potent aircraft, except for the fact that the project was cancelled in 1977. It was restarted again in 1981 as a B-1B with a revised design, a lower top speed, but a longer range and an even larger weapons payload. Though it's soon to be replaced by the B-21 Raider stealth bomber, the B-1B remains one of the backbones of the US Air Force's bomber fleet for the time being. It has recently received new capabilities, including the renewed use of its external pylons for long-range missiles or targeting pods. Fairchild 24 leading the B1 down the runway. Another one of our vintage static display participants here at the show over the last few days. That a type which first flew in 1937. It was a four-seat utility aircraft and tourer developed for the private market, but also used by the armed forces of many countries, including Britain and America. In the States it was used as a trainer and even as a makeshift anti-submarine bomber, but in Britain it was used mainly to ferry aircrew from the Air Transport Auxiliary. But now let's turn our attention back to the B1 as it makes its way down the runway, and as it gets a little closer to us, do keep your eye on the tail, because this aircraft has a special tail design applied to it. the Home Office de Havilland Dash 8. You saw a moment ago backtracking the runway, and also crossing the runway Cessna 402. This Dash 8 used in particular for patrols of the English Channel, used to locate and identify vessels. Colin Summers asked what our next live broadcasts would be following the completion of the Royal International Air Tattoo. That's a slightly difficult question for me to answer, I'm afraid, because there's quite a lot coming up later this year that isn't quite confirmed yet. However, I can talk about some of the things that will be coming to the streaming service over the coming months. Of course, this month we have the new programme from the International Air Tattoo 1993. Next month we should have highlight programmes from Antidotum Airshow Leszno, IRA 25 and Pardubice, 3 fantastic shows that took place in June. Then we come into September, and this may be an incomplete list of our September activity, but we will be certainly producing a live broadcast from the International Airshow Festival of Flight up in Scotland. We will also be producing an English language live broadcast from NATO Days and the Czech Air Force Days in Ostrava, but that will probably be available on the NATO Days YouTube channel rather than on our own services. More on that to be confirmed in due course. Then later on in the year we will be releasing highlights programmes from the Roskilde Air Show in Denmark, from Oldtimer Hanweide in Germany, that absolutely tremendous fly-in and air show focusing on historic aircraft, both military and civilian. About 400 vintage aircraft expected at that event. We'll have a highlights programme too from the Dubai Air Show in November, and then towards the end of the year there is I wasn't going to use the word probable, but unconfirmed live broadcast, several days of live broadcasting that we are in the process of firming up from an air show quite some distance away. It will be the furthest from the UK that Plains TV has ever done a live broadcast from. More details on that to follow should everything fall into place, but planning for that is very much underway. The Hungarian H225 is now making its way down the runway. This is an aircraft that we have not seen in Hungarian hands at RIAT before. It was originally called EC725 Caracal, now under the ownership of Airbus Helicopters and renamed the H225M. Is a tactical helicopter developed from the Cougar and Super Puma family, which first flew in the year 2000. Hungary has ordered a fleet of 16 H225Ms configured to carry 24 troops and to carry gun pods or rockets into combat. The first pair was delivered in July 2023, and it is replacing the Soviet-era Mil-My-17 as the primary transport and combat search and rescue helicopter within the Hungarian Defence Forces. The fleet is all flown by the 86th Helicopter Brigade of the Hungarian Defence Force alongside the H145M and the Mi-17. It's the first time, as I said, that we've seen a Hungarian H225 at RIAT. In fact, it's the first time that we've seen an H225 from any operator at the show since 2009. And now taxiing onto the runway, one of the outright stars of the flying display, the Spanish Air Force C-16 Typhoon from ALA 14. And this was an absolutely tremendous performance, some very imaginative flying, some quite unpredictable flying. What stands out particularly to me is some of the dirty flying that we were seeing, a double dirty roll. There was a dirty wing rock that went into quite a hard turn. Wonderful to be surprised as an airshow attendee. It doesn't happen very often if you go to airshows as often as we do. I know Ian nominates this as potentially his favourite display of the week, and I concur. It's right up there one of the aircraft bearing a special tail scheme. That is the one that we saw in the flying display. The all-grey jet was in use as the spare aircraft. Spain initially ordered 87 Typhoons. Deliveries began in 2003, and the type replaced the oldest tranche of EF-18 Hornets in Spanish service, as well as Spain's ageing Mirage F1s. But Spain has in the last few years placed further orders for the Typhoon, this time the very latest Tranche 4 standard, which are full multi-role platforms complete with active electronically scanned array radar and an enhanced weapons suite that includes Brimstone air-to-ground and Meteor air-to-air missiles, among various other improvements. Those orders will be fulfilled by 2035, bringing Spain's Typhoon fleet to 115 aircraft in total. And here they go, the Spanish Air and Space Force C-16 Typhoons. Corrected, we had the special tail jet on Thursday for the rehearsal session, but then it was an all-grey jet for the weekend flying displays, with the special tail aircraft being moved over to the static display. That new Spanish order for Typhoons is part of what Eurofighter is referring to as the Typhoon Renaissance. After stagnant order books for the best part of a decade, the development of the new Typhoon Tranche 4 has brought forth a rush of orders from both within Europe and from further afield. It really has revitalised the Eurofighter programme. The US Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle now making its way along the northern taxiway. This one coming from the 48th Fighter Wing at RAF Lakenheath, and to be specific, from the 492nd Fighter Squadron. The original version of the F-15, designed for a very different role. It was built as a pure air-to-air fighter, but the airframe proved so versatile that it was eventually developed into the F-15E Strike Eagle, an upgraded model with extra fuel capacity, more powerful engines and a two-seat cockpit, designed to fly deep strike missions without the aid of a dedicated electronic warfare aircraft. The US Air Force ordered a total of 238 F-15E Strike Eagles as a replacement of the F-111 Aardvark. Deliveries commenced in 1989, and the type saw its first combat during the Gulf War 2 years later. The only F-15Es based outside the United States are part of the 48th Fighter Wing at RAF Lakenheath. They are regular participants here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, but now we have an aircraft from Lithuania departing off to our left-hand side, and that is a Dorfan helicopter. Type acquired and delivered initially in 2013. declared fully operational in 2016, used primarily in the search and rescue role, and here as part of the Eye in the Sky theme and the sub-theme that I've mentioned a few times already, marking 80 years of helicopter search and rescue operations. The F-15 has been cleared all the way to flight level 90. That is equivalent to 9,000 feet QNE. In other words, 9,000 feet using the standard barometric pressure of 1013 millibars. And here it is, rolling for takeoff, the F-15E Strike Eagle. Now that is the other form of unrestricted takeoff that you will recall I mentioned earlier on. Standard of the American jets, a low transition all the way down the runway and an abrupt pull at the very end. All the way to 9,000 feet. And I realise I'm mixing up my my units of measurement, aren't I? QNE is 1013 hectopascals rather than millibars. And more American aircraft on the move around the airfield now. This is a C-21 from the US Air Force. It's part of the 76th Airlift Squadron at Ramstein, and it's based on the Learjet 35. a small twin-engine business jet which was produced up until the end of 1994. Over 700 Learjet 35s were built, and the vast majority are still in use today. In US Air Force service, it is known as the C-21A. A fleet of 56 aircraft was delivered between 1984 and 1985. Now, here come some Apaches. The first one, I think this is the example from the Royal Netherlands Air Force. No, I've just got a glimpse at the squadron markings, and that is a US Army Apache. There is a Dutch Apache coming through as well. These two being AH-64E Apache Guardians. The very latest model of the Apache. It is the Apache's 50th anniversary this year, and there has been a small section of the static display dedicated to the type. Originally developed by Hughes Helicopters for the US Army as an anti-tank platform and entered service in 1986, but the very latest A model is far more advanced. Mast-mounted radar that allows it to attract well over 100 targets at any one time. It also has the ability to control drones directly. Upgrades to the fuselage and rotors, allowing the Apache to be used aboard ships as well. The US Army operates hundreds of Apaches. An eventual total of 812 E models is expected. And that was the first of the two Apaches that we saw heading off, the US Army example. It's the first time in a decade that the US Army has sent an aircraft to RIAT. It came from the 12th Combat Aviation Brigade based in Germany, and then the second was an example from the Royal Netherlands Air Force. Came from 301 Squadron of that air arm based at Hildesheim. Dutch PC-7s now taking to the runway as we stay with a bit of a Dutch theme. The Royal Netherlands Air Force has sent quite a few aircraft to the Royal International Air Tattoo this year, and the PC-7 had the honour of conducting the calibration passes for the Flying Control Committee. If you were watching the live coverage on Wednesday of last week, you'll have seen that. The Royal Netherlands Air Force used the original version of the PC-7, which first flew in 1966. It's their primary trainer. They currently have 13 aircraft on strength, but they will soon be replaced by new PC-7 Mark 10s, incorporating some much newer technology, but retaining the relatively small and efficient engine of the PC-7 as opposed to the more powerful PC-9 and PC-21. So that pair of aircraft off back to the Netherlands. They come from 301 Squadron of the Royal Netherlands Air Force, and now we turn back to the 27 threshold because we have an aircraft that was, I suppose, a historic performer in the Air Tattoo flying display this year, because astonishingly we had never seen a UH-60 Black Hawk in a RIAT flying display until now. And this is technically an HKP-16, that is the Swedish designation for the UH-60M. First time we'd seen a Swedish HKP-16 at a British air show. And it's about to join a second HKP-16, which was appearing in the static display for a helicopter that made its first flight 51 years ago, with more than 5,000 examples being built in 35 operator nations. It's extraordinary to think that we had never seen one in a RIAT flying display before. Great to right that wrong over the last few days. A helicopter that was developed back in the 1970s to replace the UH-1 as the US Army's light troop transport helicopter. Originally ordered by the Swedish Air Force in 2011 to fulfill an operational requirement for a medical evacuation helicopter for use in Afghanistan, and the Black Hawk was chosen as a stopgap to account for delays in the NH-90 programme, although it may well be that the Black Hawk actually outlasts the NH-90 in Swedish service. There's a vote of confidence in the Black Hawk. A further 12 airframes, in addition to the original 15, were ordered last summer, and Sweden is also upgrading its Black Hawk fleet by fitting auxiliary fuel tanks, extending their range by some 50%. But now the C-21A is waiting on the threshold of runway 27. Comes from the 76th Airlift Squadron, based at Ramstein in Germany. And is used by the US military primarily for VIP transport with up to 8 passengers aboard, but it's also capable of carrying the wounded in the medical evacuation role. This has been another very much appreciated RIAT participant. Another aircraft operator combination that we had never seen at the Air Tattoo before. This is an AH-64E Apache Guardian from 42 Squadron of the Qatar Emiri Air Force, based at Doha. Over the past 15 years or so, the Qatar Emiri Air Force has been steadily modernising its equipment, and there have been some quite high-profile acquisitions as part of that, the Typhoon and the Rafale, for example. But not quite so well known is the fact they've been modernising their rotary fleet also, and the country ordered 24 Apache Guardians in 2014. Deliveries took place between 2019 and 2020. The fleet is now operated by the 41st and 42nd Squadrons, assigned to Flying Wing 4. This is the first time that we've seen a Qatari Apache at RIAT. It's been brought to the UK in the back of the nation's C-17A Globemaster, which is on static display. But it's leaving under its own power to depart and be loaded into that C-17 elsewhere. We'll see the C-17 departing the show later on today. If you did get the chance to come to the show, then hopefully you were able to get up close to that Qatari Apache. It's a very attractive paint scheme indeed, and it stood out nicely in that Apache lineup in the static display, all the others being of a dark green colour, and then there's this colourful desert camo Apache at the end of the line. Looked absolutely fantastic. The C-21 now rolling for takeoff.
Yesterday, the last I see.
We're also now to see the departure of that Swedish Air Force. Gulfstream, which arrived into the show a short while ago. Well, this is an aircraft which comes from the oldest active unit within the Royal Netherlands Air Force. 298 Squadron of the Royal Netherlands Air Force based at Soesterberg, but it looks like we have another movement down to the left-hand end first. This is the UH-169B, the number 30 squadron of the Italian Air Force, the Italian military designation for the AW-169. Now that type is similar to the AW-139 and 189, but smaller and lighter than both of them. The prototype first flew in 2012 and utilises many of the same internal systems as its bigger siblings, reducing development costs in addition to maintenance costs for operators of multiple types. The Italian Army has chosen the AW-169M to be known as the UH-169 in military service as the winner of their light utility helicopter programme. It will eventually replace 5 types in service, including the Italian licence-built versions of the venerable Huey. This version, the UH-139B, is particularly rare because it's used for training and there are just 2 of them in Italian Army service. It can be distinguished from other UH-169s because the B model has retractable wheeled undercarriage, whereas the other models have skids instead. Slovenian PC-9M Hudurnik taxiing out of the static display. That will be joining up with the flying display example to depart back to their home base in Slovenia fairly soon. But let's go back to this aircraft out to our right hand side, a CH-47F Chinook. There will be another Chinook just out of sight behind it. These Chinooks coming from the Royal Netherlands Air Force, based at Soesterberg. The Royal Netherlands Air Force has been a Chinook operator for quite some years. They first acquired 7 surplus CH-47C Chinooks from the Royal Canadian Air Force second hand in 1993. They were upgraded to CH-47D standard by Boeing. A further 6 CH-47Ds were later acquired new. The D-model Chinook fleet was deployed worldwide in support of Allied peacekeeping and combat operations. In 2012, the Royal Netherlands Air Force acquired 6 CH-47F Chinooks to supplement the fleet, and then decided to acquire a further 12 F models to replace the D models in 2016. And that allowed the CH-47D to be retired in 2021. And the 6 older CH-47Fs have since been upgraded to the same standard as the newest examples as well. A huge thanks to Lello, who says, usual top coverage, appreciate your style, and has sent us $20 US. That is extremely kind of you. Thank you very much indeed. And that will go into the beer fund for tonight, I think. we've all been working very long days ever since Tuesday last week for most of us, and our job won't finish for some until tomorrow. So we very much appreciate that. We're outside filming and broadcasting for anywhere up to 11 hours per day, but that is only part of it, because there's a couple of hours of setup, a couple of hours of teardown, and then we go off, try and find somewhere that's still open to get some food at the end of the day, and get back to the house and go and think about edits or the following days, VTs and things like that. So yeah, we're all a little bit knackered, and my brain feels a bit like a rubber band that's been stretched a bit too far. I'm sure everyone else is the same, the camera operators in particular, because it's surprisingly hard physical work. It's a full body workout for 11 hours tracking aircraft. So we very much appreciate your contribution to the beer fund. It is much needed. Thank you. I see Fennec has just pointed out a small mistake I made with 298 Squadron now having moved to Hills of Iron. Now we see both of the Netherlands Air Force CH-47F Chinooks over the threshold. They're over the 27 thresholds, but taking off on runway 09 and taking off on 27, but from the midpoint, sneaking out without us having noticed them lining up over the other side of the crest of the hill. The Slovenian Air Force, or the first of two Slovenian Air Force PC-9M Hrdurniks. The other one is holding short of the runway, as you can see. And one of these has again been performing some absolutely fantastic solo displays here at the Air Tattoo. Captain Andre Fiorelli at the controls. He's been his country's national display pilot for some 11 years, and his display routine is absolutely superb. The slowest slow roll I think I've ever seen from a military aircraft, and some negative G flying that is absolutely extraordinary. The full negative G loop with a roll on the top, negative G recovery from a tail slide. Lots and lots to appreciate if you look at it through the perspective of a hardcore avgeek, and even if you don't, it packs a surprising amount of punch for a little turboprop trainer, a little over 1,000 horsepower, Pratt & Whitney PT6A engine. Easy to be fooled into thinking that it is going to be not the most impactful display, but it absolutely is, and it has been an award winner many, many times, not just at the Air Tattoo, but at air shows all around Europe. And it is remarkably active on the European airshow circuit, given how small the Slovenian Air Force is. They have just 9 of these PC-7s. They are the Air Arm's only fixed-wing combat aircraft, all part of the 152nd Aviation Squadron. Originally Slovenia acquired PC-7As second-hand from the US Air Force before switching to the PC-9M model, known as the Swift in English, or the Jordanic in Slovenian service. PC-9M having a larger vertical stabiliser, a new engine control unit among other grades, and it is also combat capable with weapons hardpoints under the wings, capable of carrying rockets or bombs. I do sometimes miss some of the super chats, I think, because I'm not monitoring the YouTube chat all the time and I don't get notifications for it. So apologies if I have missed anyone, but thank you so much to the several people who I have just noticed sending super chats in. £1 from MRJWP, £10 from Roy Tate, who says he's very happy to add a little bit more to the beer fund and says thanks for the excellent coverage, and Ian Hardman, who I met yesterday out in the static display, and indeed several of us met him last year as well. He took a lovely group photo of the Plains TV team out by the Viper line, so thanks for that. And he sent us £10, and he says thanks all for your fantastic effort this week, as always. Have a beer on me, much love from Park and View West. Ah yes, you did say you'd be out at Park and View West. I hope you're enjoying it, Ian. And yeah, it's lovely weather that we're having, great skies, great photographic conditions, and hopefully you're getting some terrific shots from Park and View West, my favourite of the Park and View enclosures. $15 from Arsalan as well. Thanks so much, all of you. It is very much appreciated, not just me, but by the whole team. We have a big team of people here providing this live broadcast, what with a couple of live cameras. We've got the team in the cabin as well, in the gallery, pulling the show together. And actually we're a slightly reduced team today because we also had yesterday our editor, we had a roving camera operator all around the site. It is a big effort to put this on, and I'll introduce you to the team that we have at work at the moment. We have Matt on the main camera, we've got Adrian on the wide angle camera, my name is Adam, I'm doing the commentary. You'll have also heard the voice over the past few days of Ben Donnell and Air Commodore Mark Manwaring doing the flying display commentary. Inside the trailer at the moment we've got Ian and Andrew, and I think possibly Andy is in there as well, and then the two people I've mentioned who are no longer with us today, having gone home at the end of yesterday's show. We had George, our editor, who's been producing some of the wonderful highlights compilations that you might have seen on our social media pages, and also Harry, who's been recording some of the material around the showground of pilots and static display aircraft and some of the behind the scenes stuff, which will feature very strongly in our edited highlights programme of the Royal International Air Tattoo, which we hope to release sometime around early November. Seems like a reasonable target. We're not going to put an official release date on it, but that will be coming later this year. Lots of behind the scenes footage, lots of cockpit material, and around 2 hours of highlights of the flying display. We'll be choosing, of course, the best weather conditions and the best photographic conditions for those display items that we did get to see multiple times over. The Irish Air Corps AW139 departing into the distance. Took us a few minutes to work out what it was because it's a very long way from us, so that's why it took me a moment to announce what that departing shape was. The Irish Air Corps AW139, one of 3 static display participants from the Irish Air Corps. Coming much like the EC-135 we saw earlier from number 3 Operations Wing at Casement, and it's one of 6 AW139s in the Irish Air Corps. They're used for a variety of roles, including army support, air ambulance, military transport and other general utility tasks, and they can, depending on their role, be equipped with door-mounted general-purpose machine guns. The second of the Slovenian PC-9M Hrdorniks has now taken to the runway at the midpoint and is departing away from us. And now this is a surprise, the trio of Typhoons coming overhead. That is the trio of Spanish Air and Space Force C-16 Typhons from ALA 14 that we saw departing a little while ago. It is not completely unheard of for aircraft to return to the air tattoo after departure. Sometimes, of course, it's a technical problem. The fact that it's all 3 of them coming in suggests that it probably isn't that. Sometimes it's also to do with air traffic control. Fairford is pumping an awful lot of aircraft with very dissimilar performance out into the airspace around this airfield. It all has to go out to, well, Bry's radar is the next control unit that they will talk to, and then it goes out into the wider world. And it has happened that the surrounding airspace has become overloaded and aircraft have been turned back. I'm not saying that's what's happened here. I'm just saying that in situations like that, like this one in the past, that has been the explanation for it. Well, we're certainly not going to decline another opportunity to see that wonderful special tail and canard livery applied to one of the 3 Spanish Air and Space Force C-16 Typhons, and we may very well see them departing again later on today when the airspace congestion has eased, if that is indeed the cause of their return to us here at Fairford. And while we have a short pause enforced by the typhoons, we have Portuguese AW101 Merlin taking to the runway. This has been making its RIAT flying display debut over the past few days, putting on what is halfway between a roll demonstration and the display. It comes from Esquadra 751 of the Portuguese Air Force, and it is the equipment, or some of the equipment, used by Portugal for their absolutely massive task of providing search and rescue cover for a huge tract of the Atlantic, some 2 million square miles in all. That's the second largest area of responsibility for search and rescue cover that any nation has in the world. The squadron's motto is "So others may live," a fitting statement because this unit has saved over 5,000 lives. These are the participants in the Frecce Tricolori heritage formation that I was mentioning earlier. The Fiat G91 taking up the rear, and the future aircraft of the Frecce Tricolori, the T346A Master, at the front. I spotted another super chat coming in. Lorraine Tilston Brooks has sent us £20, and once again, thank you very much indeed. She says, many thanks for a wonderful weekend. Have some beer tokens on me. What a treat it was to see the G91 performing in a British flying display for the first time since, we think, 1981, and participating in a British air show in any form for the first time since the mid-1990s. This one is fairly newly restored. It took to the air for the first time in civilian ownership in 2023, having been restored to flight specifically to take part in the Italian Air Force's centenary air show held in June of that year at Pratica di Mare, just outside Rome, and it made its first flight 2 days before the air show began. It arrived into the show with the paint still wet. We had hoped to see it here at RIAT on static display later that summer, but paperwork issues precluded that. It was still on a permit to test at the time rather than a permit to fly. That has now been resolved, and how delightful it was to welcome this extraordinary vintage aeroplane, the only airworthy Fiat G91 in the world, to the Royal International Air Tattoo 2025. taking up the rear of that formation, the T346A Master. A training aircraft in Italian service, although it is available in combat-capable models that can perform some quite advanced missions for, according to Leonardo, the manufacturer, just 1/10 of the cost per flight hour of a Eurofighter Typhoon. It has also been selected as the successor the Freccia Tricolores MB339s. It'll start coming into service with that squadron in a couple of years' time. And it is considerably more capable than the aircraft it replaces. 3 times the amount of power available, increasing from 4,000 pounds of thrust on the MB339 to 12,000 pounds of thrust on the T346. Now, an aircraft that is UK based but foreign operated. It is a CC-130J Hercules. That is the Canadian designation for the C-130J-30, and it is operated by the Royal Canadian Air Force, specifically operated by their Air Task Force, which is based at Prestwick in Scotland, and it's rolling now for takeoff. Canada was an early adopter of the Hercules, going all the way back to the B model in the 1960s, and today it operates 2 variants, the C-130H, which they call the CC-130, and that they use for search and rescue and aerial refueling, and there's this, the CC-130J, which they use as a tactical airlifter. Most of them are based at CFB Trenton, but there's also a permanent detachment, as I was describing, in Prestwick in Scotland. That detachment was created in 2022, and it functions as Canada's forward operating base in Europe for all logistical matters. 3 CC-130Js are based in Scotland, and there are also periodic rotations of CC-177 Globemasters, although those are rather more transient in nature. I spotted a couple more super chats coming in. Roger C says, cheers, thanks for your brilliant coverage and hard graft. Nathan says, thanks for the coverage today and Friday. Both of them have sent £10, and once again all I can do is express our heartfelt appreciation and to once again say that I know I am the voice of this broadcast, but it is a big team, and there are people doing more important and more difficult things than me, and they don't get the chance to say thank you, but I know they'd like to. We've had a bit of a camera operator switcheroo, I think. Is Adrian on camera now? We have not had a camera operator switcheroo. It's the same as when I last said who was doing what, as we now see the 3 Spanish C-16 Typhons making their way back down the runway. The third and final Irish Air Corps participant is making its way down the northern taxiway, that being a PC-12NG. And there it is. That comes from 104 Squadron, and it is based at Casement. You'll have noticed I've said all of the Irish Air Corps assets are based at Casement, and that is because it's the only air base in the country. Got a bit of a queue for departure at the moment because that Irish PC-12 is taxiing down to the runway threshold of the 27 end, but in front of it the Danish F-16 is on the move in its wonderful special scheme. We've got a C-295 sitting on the threshold as well. In fact, we now have a total of 7 aircraft either waiting on the runway or on the northern taxiway heading in that direction. Not all of them, of course, are going to take off because it includes the 3 Typhoons, which I imagine will likely need to refuel. That was the Finnish Air Force C-295M that we saw arriving a little earlier ago, one of 4 of them that they have in their inventory. That has been acting as a support aircraft for the Finnish deployment to the show, which was, of course, headlined by their FA-18C Hornet displays. Yes, displays plural, because they brought multiple display pilots. 2 pilots, each with their own display routine, and it was fascinating to watch both of them. One concentrating a little more on some of the low-down action, lots of absolutely glorious rudder rolls and high G turns and high energy brakes, and the other adding some high-level aerobatics, likes of a square loop and pirouettes. And if you were watching yesterday's live broadcast, the second of the 2 Hornet displays was the one that included those high-level aerobatics, and during the pirouettes there was actually vapour coming off the horizontal stabiliser as well as a separate vapour cloud coming off the main wing. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And now taking to the runway another of the stars of the static display this year. This is a Mirage 2000-5 from 311 Mira of the Hellenic Air Force, based at Tanagra, just outside Athens. This is a formidable fighter, but one which can trace its origins all the way back to 1976, when the French authorities placed a request for an interceptor in the wake of the cancellation of the very complex Super Mirage G8A program. The Mirage 2000 prototype first flew in 1978, and deliveries of the production versions began in 1983. This, though, is much newer. It's a Mirage 2000-5, which features a modern radar, glass cockpit, and the ability to carry a wide variety of smart weaponry. The Hellenic Air Force has operated the Mirage 2000 since 1988 as an interceptor and an anti-shipping aircraft using the Exocet missile system. During the early 2000s, part of the fleet was upgraded to Mark II standard. New aircraft were also ordered. Absolutely mesmerising reheat, flames coming out of the back of those aircraft. In the lead was a single-seater, a Mirage 2000-5 EG, and following along behind a twin-seater, Mirage 2000-5 BG. The Hellenic Air Force being one of the last remaining Mirage operators, and the fleet has been shrunk over the last few years. Part of the fleet returned to France as a part exchange as the country invests in some new Dassault Rafales. An aircraft with really phenomenal performance, high alpha manoeuvrability that far exceeds what is typical for that configuration. Very good roll performance as well, very centralised weight distribution, so very low roll inertia. Now sitting on the runway threshold, we have another little bit of air tattoo history, because this is the last time that we will ever see a Royal Danish Air Force F-16 at the air tattoo, and indeed the last time that we will ever see a Danish F-16 at a British air show. Taking off now, an aircraft in the twilight of its service career, the Danish F-16AM Fighting Falcon. Denmark was one of the original 4 international customers that came together to buy the F-16. They needed a replacement for the F-104 and the J-35 Draken. They've been deployed on many occasions, most notably flying combat air patrols as part of Operation Allied Force, the NATO air campaign in Yugoslavia, and also taking part in Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan. But we are now in the final few months of Danish F-16 operations, with the F-35 having been selected as its successor. There was a wonderful moment at the end of yesterday's show. This aircraft had the honour of closing the show, and then there was a water cannon salute arranged for it as it taxied in. Now, though, on the roll from the Irish Air Corps, the PC-12NG, coming from 104 Squadron of the Irish Air Corps. PC-12 was originally developed in secret until it was revealed in 1989. The reason being, Pilatus believed they'd identified a new market for a single-engine, high-speed turboprop, and they wanted to be the first to bring a product to bear. It turned out to be a good move because this became a very successful aeroplane indeed. Over 2,000 have been built to date, mostly for private owners. But they've also found use as a feeder airliner, an air ambulance, and have come into the operation of several armed forces. The Finnish and the Irish use it as utility aircraft. The United States use it in support of special forces missions. Now, I'd love to tell you whose C-27J Spartan this is, but we were so much distracted by Mirages and F-16s that taxied in front of us that we didn't get a chance to look at the markings. So we'll tell you in about 15 seconds' time. And as you've all no doubt spotted by now, that was a C-27J Spartan of the Slovak Air Force, one of two C-27s operated by that nation, the first of which was introduced to service in 2018. This is the very largest type that they fly, and it is used for troop movements and as a cargo airlifter. On final approach now, we have a Lockheed Martin C-130J Hercules from the 46th Air Brigade of the Italian Air Force, another of the support aircraft that will be dropping in for perhaps an hour or so and then taking off in support of some of the flying display contributions that the Italian Air Force has made to this show. And the Italian contribution to this event has been absolutely enormous. In the air, we've enjoyed the Frecce Tricolori and all three of the solo displays of the Reparto Sperimentale Volo 311 Gruppo of the Italian Air Force, the T-346A Master, the F-2000A Typhoon and the C-27J Spartan. But there has been a very commendable static display contribution from that air arm on the ground as well, including the P-72A and the HH-135. Italy operates 7 C-130Js, which entered service in the year 2000. And starting in 2008, some of them were upgraded to KC-130 standard, which allows them to carry out aerial refueling via the hose and drogue method. next to take off. It is time for some 5th generation action. This is an aircraft designed to be used across NATO and NATO allies to replace a huge variety of older aircraft types, but particularly the F-16 and, in the case of the B model, the Harrier. The aircraft that we see now is a CTOL, conventional takeoff and landing version, the F-35A, and it has 2 key attributes that set it apart from most other fighters. Firstly, it is a stealth aeroplane capable of carrying some weapons and a huge quantity of fuel internally to reduce its radar cross-section. The other key difference is with the avionics, sensors, the situational awareness and the data sharing. Rather than having separate systems for radar, electronic countermeasures and weapons, they all interact with each other as a single cohesive system. For example, the F-35's radar is both a sensor and a weapon. It helps to chart and visualise the battle space, but it also forms a part of the F-35's electronic warfare package, shaping and disrupting that very same battle space. Likewise, the F-35's navigation, communication and tracking systems are all integrated into a single unit. The electronic warfare suite will soon be integrated into that unit also, allowing a comprehensive, all-encompassing and highly automated approach to battle space management. The US Air Force anticipates an eventual fleet of some 1,700 F-35s. Initial operating capability was reached in 2016, and the first permanent European detachment was the 48th Fighter Wing in Lakenheath, from which these aircraft come, and there the F-35A has replaced the F-15C. They are now regular participants in the Royal International Air Tattoo's static display, and we're about to see 2 examples take off and head back to their base in Suffolk. Tell you what, that is the only aircraft for which I will take my noise suppressing headphones off and actually put earplugs in for. They are really quite loud. I hope you got an impression of that at home. 60,000 pounds of thrust. They are the most powerful single engine fighters ever to enter service, and standing here you don't just hear it, you feel it. H145 is commencing its departure. This Special Forces aircraft. They call it the H145 LUH-SOF. It's been specially developed. Specially developed to support Special Forces operations, particularly at night, with a variety of special sensors and a maximum cargo weight that is 50 kilograms heavier than the civilian version. It's also fitted with ballistic protection, machine gun mounts, military standard avionics, and it can use rocket pods mounted on the side of the pylons. And taking off behind it, we have the AW139 of Kinetic back to its base at Boscombe Down. Another aircraft from Kinetic has just been cleared to line up, this being their King Air. It's worth a reminder, by the way, for anyone who is just tuning into our coverage for the first day today, that this is not an air show. This is the departures from the air show. And we have been enjoying over the last 3 days an absolutely tremendous flying display, up to 7.5 hours per day. All of that coverage is available to watch on catch up on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com, if you feel so inclined, along with a great variety of other airshow programmes. And it has been a very compelling edition of the Royal International Air Tattoo. If I were to try and name some of the highlights, I would struggle to narrow it down, but among the many show stealers, we had the RIAT debut of the Czech Sokol pair, we had the final ever UK flying display appearance of the Danish F-16, we had the Finnish Hornet, which was absolutely tremendous, we had the French Atlantique, a brilliant display, we had the German A400M, that was a UK flying display debut in the form of a full display, we had the fully aerobatic Italian Air Force C-27J Spartan performing loops and aileron rolls, the Italian F-2000 dragging huge clouds of vapour around the sky, we had the Fiat G91 performing in a British flying display for the first time since 1981 and also conducting that special formation with the T346. We had 3 national aerobatic teams, the Frecce Tricolori, the Red Arrows and the Royal Jordanian Falcons. The Polish F-16 was absolutely superb. The Spanish Typhoon was a show stealer. We had the first ever RIAT flying display appearance by a Black Hawk, courtesy of the Swedish Air Force HKP-16. We had only the second British flying display appearance of a JAS-39E Gripen. We had the new and redesigned Chinook roll demonstration, a pair of photo reconnaissance Spitfires, and we also had the new Army Air Corps capability demonstration, which is a new display team for 2025, complete with plentiful pyrotechnics. There has been so much to enjoy over the last few days, and those, well, I was about to say those have been the highlights. I've read you almost the entire running order. We've had a couple of very interesting contributions from the US Air Force for the Eye in the Sky theme. That's been the main operational theme of this year's show. And the one that people will probably talk the most about is the U-2S Dragon Lady, the 99th Expeditionary Reconnaissance Squadron, on attachment here to RAF Fairford. There's two U-2s based here, and one of them took part in the static display. That was the clean configuration aircraft used for training. We also have the mission fit aircraft performing a very rare roll demonstration in the flying display. Yeah, I know we saw it last year, but then you've got to remember that before that it was 30 years since a U-2 had last appeared in a British flying display. This, though, the aircraft you see on screen now, is another very interesting contribution by the US Air Force for that Eye in the Sky theme, and this is an RC-135V rivet joint from the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron, based off at Air Force Base in Nebraska, although it is currently on forward deployment to RAF Mildenhall here in the UK. Rivet joint is the US Air Force's primary signals intelligence asset. Very comprehensive sensor suite on board, which allows the mission crew to detect, identify and geolocate signals from across the electromagnetic spectrum. Its crew can then forward that gathered information in a variety of formats to a wide range of consumers via the Rivet Joint's extensive communication suite. On board, there is accommodation for more than 30 people, including the cockpit crew, electronic warfare officers, intelligence operators and in-flight maintenance technicians. All of the RC-135s in the US Air Force are assigned to the 55th Wing at Otter Air Force Base in Nebraska. However, aircraft including this one are forward deployed around the world. As you can see, quite a lot of activity here on the ground as the site is in teardown mode. They're taking down the public address system, they're starting to dismantle some of the hospitality enclosures, and we are doing our best to work around it. There will be some disruption to both the sights and sounds as the broadcast goes on. But backtracking down the runway behind this parade of vehicles from the public address contractor and the big screen contractor was a Czech Air Force L159 ALCA, which stands for Advanced Light Combat Aircraft. It comes from 212 Tactical Aviation Squadron of the Czech Air Force, based at Čáslav. The ALCA is a type that first flew in 1997. It is a single-engine subsonic combat aircraft developed from the L-59 Super Albatros trainer. And it was built as a low-cost fighter to replace several Soviet-era types in Czech service, namely the MiG-23, Su-22 and Su-25. The Czech Air Force originally ordered 72 ALCAs, but ultimately scaled back their ambitions. They now operate a fleet of 24 aircraft and placed the rest into storage or sold them on to private operators. On the threshold now is a Soko J-20 Kraguj. Might look like a training aircraft, but actually it was designed for light attack and close air support. Developed in the early 1960s in Yugoslavia. It was designed to operate from austere airfields close to the front line, based on the assumption that any major runways would be quickly destroyed during all-out war. The J-20 carried a pair of machine guns in its wings, and also could be equipped with a pair of bombs and or rocket pods. Just 43 examples were built between 1964 and 1977. The final aircraft was retired in 1989. The vast majority of J-20s served with the Yugoslav Air Force, and this one wears Yugoslav colours, but small numbers were also flown by the air forces of Croatia and the Republic of Srpska. Now, I did say earlier on that the Red Arrows departed yesterday, and indeed the majority of them did. But what I didn't realise is that we still had a couple of them on the ground here at RAF Fairford, presumably Reds 10 and 11. And they are now lined up on the runway, ready to depart. rivet joint is taking to the runway, a relatively short flight for it back to Mildenhall. We also have the Czech Jas 39C Gripen holding short of the runway as well. This is one of 29 rivet joints operated by the US Air Force. There are several different variants of it. Some, for example, for signals intelligence, but others, the Cobra Ball is one such example of an even further specialised variant of the rivet joint, which is used in particular to monitor missile tests and compliance with international treaties. Based, as the name would suggest, on the KC-135R Stratotanker, of which we'll see an example depart later on today, and that in turn is a development of the Boeing 367, which was a prototype airliner, a common ancestor of the Boeing 707 and therefore the E3. We saw an E3 departing earlier on today from the French Air and Space Force. Now the rivet joint has just been cleared for takeoff. It shall very shortly commence its takeoff roll. So the rivet joint departing off to Mildenhall. The next we're expecting to see the Czech Air Force Jas 39C Gripen, this the predecessor of the Gripen E that we saw taking off a little while ago. An aircraft that traces its roots back to the late 1970s when Sweden started mulling a replacement for its then state-of-the-art Drakens and Viggens. They required a multi-role fighter, primarily for air-to-air and air-to-surface combat, but also with utility as a reconnaissance platform. And in keeping with Sweden's doctrine of dispersed operations, there were some very specific requirements. The Gripen was designed to operate from roads and snow-covered runways that are less than 500 metres long, and to facilitate that it not only needed to have excellent STOL performance, but it was also designed to be rugged and dependable with minimal maintenance requirements and a very quick turnaround time between missions. The time taken to refuel and rearm is just 15 to 20 minutes. It first flew in 1988 and finally entered service in 1997, and it has proved quite popular with customers around the world, not least due to its relatively low operating costs, not just purchase price, but also cost per flight hour, which is less than a third of that of a Typhoon or a Rafale, and 1/6 of the cost of an F-35B, according to estimates from Janes, and that would make it the cheapest multi-role fourth-generation Western fighter on the market. The Czech Republic operates the Gripen, because of a need to replace their ageing fleet of MiG-21s with NATO-compatible combat aircraft at around the turn of the century. And following a competition involving the main Western types, the Gripen emerged as the victor. It's now starting its takeoff roll. This an aircraft that we had hoped to see in the flying display, but unfortunately, due to pilot injury, it was relegated to the static instead. Now though, we get a chance to see it in the air. Deliveries of the Gripen to the Czech Republic began in 2005, and the country doesn't own their aircraft outright. They are second-hand ex-Swedish Air Force Gripen Cs and Ds, which are leased to the Czech Air Force. They shall be replaced by F-35As, as shall the L-159 Alka in due course. Deliveries of that are due to begin in 2031. Now, an Army Air Corps Apache AH-2 is taking to the air. We had the privilege of seeing an Apache AH-2 in a flying display on Friday as part of the Army Air Corps capability demonstration. It's the first time we'd seen this mark of Apache in a RIAT flying display. The flying display examples came from 7 Regiment of the Army Air Corps. That one, though, was appearing on static display. It comes from 3 Regiment. It is based at Middle Wallop. The British version of the Apache Guardian differs slightly from the American versions. As did, it must be said, the previous version of the Apache, the AH-1, which was built by Westland and featured a different engine to its American counterparts, some UK-specific avionics, and also had ship-borne capability built into it right from the very start, which was not the case with the US-built D-model Apache Longnose. That has now been rectified with the Apache Guardian, all of which are capable of maritime operations. Couple of aircraft from Italy taxiing down the runway, getting ready to depart. One of them military, that was the P-72 of the Italian Air Force, and taking up the rear on your screen now is a civilian aircraft, the Yamaha MB326. Now, the MB326 project started out as a private venture, but it became a very successful product with over 800 examples built for 15 nations. Though primarily a trainer, and this one is indeed a trainer, as you can see from its high conspicuity colour scheme, the MB326 was also produced for other roles, including as a light attack platform and for electronic countermeasures. The type held several altitude and endurance records. It also saw high-profile use as the mount of the Royal Australian Air Force Rolette's aerobatic team. It was retired from Italian service in 2010, replaced by the MB339, but several examples remain flying in civilian hands, and it is also still in use by the US Navy for the training of test pilots. But now starting its takeoff role, the P-72. This one comes from 41 Stomo of the Italian Air Force. And it doesn't require much mental effort to work out that the P-72 is based on the ATR-72 airliner. But this maritime patrol variant is equipped with sea-searching radar, advanced surveillance systems and satellite communications. It is one of 4 P-72s which Italy operates. Now what we can see is a C-295M of the Czech Air Force, to be specific, from the 242nd Special Transport Aviation Squadron, which is based at Prague International Air Base as part of the 24th Transport Base. The C-295 was selected by the Czech Air Force to replace the Antonov An-26. Originally 4 C-295Ms were ordered. They were all delivered by 2010, and then a further 2 were ordered in 2017, bringing the total fleet to 6. Now, the Qatar Emiri Air Force and our own Royal Air Force share some very close links nowadays, and what you're seeing there is an aircraft of a joint British-Qatari unit, one of 2 joint British-Qatari squadrons, and we have an aircraft here at RIAT from each of them. However, before we see that Qatari jet taking off, we have none other than a Panavia Tornado taking to the runway, always a great favourite among airshow crowds, particularly nowadays as the type becomes increasingly elusive. This is a multi-role combat aircraft manufactured in 3 versions: the ADV Interceptor Fighter, the IDS Interdiction Strike Fighter, and the ECR Anti-Radiation Aircraft. And it comes from the German Air Force. It is one of 2 Tornadoes which the German Air Force has sent to the Air Tattoo this year. 1 Tornado IDS, 1 Tornado ECR. There are some 90 Tornadoes, or approximately 90, in German service nowadays, and they will continue in German service into the early 2030s, whereupon they'll be replaced by a mix of F-35A Lightnings and Eurofighter Tranche 4s, but for the time being they are the last remaining Tornadoes in European military service. And backtracking down the runway from the left, we have an aircraft of the Spanish Air and Space Force. This is an S-76C from Ala 49 in San Juan in Mallorca. Actually, to be pedantic about things, it is an HE-25, and that is the Spanish designation for the Sikorsky S-76. It's a type that first flew in 1977. It's a medium-sized utility helicopter developed for the civilian market and based on technology developed for the Black Hawk. It was designed to provide a rugged commercial helicopter which also met the requirements for military use should military customers arise, and indeed they did, Spain being just one of them. Spain has over the years operated two versions of the S-76, the HE-24 in the training role, now retired, and this, the HE-25, in the search and rescue role. It is the first time that we've seen one at the Air Tattoo. It has just taxied in front of the RIAT grandstand so all the photographers can get a good view, and it is now very shortly to take off. And the Tornado has just been cleared for takeoff. The German Air Force originally ordered 247 Tornadoes, mostly of the IDS version, and they also subsumed 112 more from the German Navy. As I said a moment ago, just 90 or so still in service today, but those that remain have been constantly upgraded and remain very potent indeed. It's spooling up its engines now and starting its takeoff roll. Incidentally, for the first time in quite a number of years, first time since 2017, we now have a fully fledged official Tornado demonstration team on the European airshow circuit performing aerobatic displays, and they haven't been participating here at RIAT, albeit one of the German Tornadoes does come from the same squadron, but we saw them at Antidotum Airshow Leszno a few weeks ago, so if you are a Tornado lover then you can go and re-watch our live coverage from the Antidotum Airshow. You can also stick around for our Antidotum Airshow highlights programme in a few weeks' time. That will be published on our streaming service watch.planestv.com, and that includes not only the Tornado display shot from the ground but also some cockpit material as well, and we'll make the full uncut cockpit material available on our streaming service as a special feature. But now starting its takeoff roll from the right, from the Qatar Emiri Air Force, a Hawk Mark 167. The Hawk 167 is almost identical to the Hawk T2s operated by the Royal Air Force. That stands to reason, because these aircraft are based at RAF Leeming here in the UK, and they fly as part of a joint British-Qatari training squadron, number 11 Squadron. It is among 9 Hawk 167s operated by the Qatar Emiri Air Force, all of which are based here in the UK, and they are the last British-built Hawks to have been produced, with deliveries commencing only in 2021. With the completion of Qatari Hawk deliveries, the British Hawk production line shut down. You can see a bit of a parade of aircraft heading out to the runway at the moment. C-130 leading as a C-27, which I think is the Slovenian C-27, because if my eyes don't deceive me, it has winglets. Yes, it does. So that's one of the very, very newest C-27s to have been built. They do come with winglets optionally fitted to them now. And then, is that the Fire Swift taking up the back? I think it might be. The stars and bars indicate that Hercules comes from the US military. Specifically, it comes from the 67th Special Operations Squadron of the US Air Force at RAF Mildenhall, and it is an MC-130J. And there's another American asset bringing up the rear of our little queue, KC-135R Stratotanker, and now it's got a little bit closer. I can identify the aircraft currently in the middle of the queue, which is not a Fire Swift. That is the Italian Coast Guard ATR-42. KC-135 comes from the 132nd Aerial Refueling Squadron, based at RAF Mildenhall. (131st, I should say). And that is now clearing off the runway to allow the MC-130J Commando 2 to take off. The MC-130 being part of the Hercules family, but configured for special operations, and in particular it has hose and drogue refueling, allowing it to refuel assets such as the CV-22 Osprey. Their primary missions, though, are the infiltration, exfiltration and resupply of Special Forces troops. the MC-130J Commando 2 off back to Mildenhall, and we still have a bit of a queue of aircraft proceeding down the northern taxiway. The C-27 is shortly to enter the runway. Very close behind that, the ATR-42, and the KC-135 has just gone past us. There is another aircraft entering the runway to join the back of the queue, and you can see it on your screen now. That is the CP-140 Aurora from the Royal Canadian Air Force. Again, here as part of the main operational theme of RIAT 2025, Eye in the Sky. That being dedicated to all kinds of aerial platform that look down at the world below them and indeed the airspace around them. I-Star assets, airborne command posts, surveillance platforms, maritime patrol aircraft, and those that conduct civilian roles such as the testing of airport procedures, mapping, search and rescue. Now lined up the C-27, that very new C-27 that we saw a moment ago, and I remarked upon the winglets which do set the very youngest C-27s apart from all of the rest. This one from the Slovenian Air Force, from the 152nd Squadron. It's one of two C-27s that is operated by the Slovenian Air Force, and indeed it's the second time we've seen a Slovenian C-27 at RIAT. Last year they sent a single example, at which point it was the only C-27 in their arsenal. A second and final C-27 was delivered late last year, bringing the fleet to two, and it's now starting its takeoff roll. And now taking to the threshold the ATR-42 MP400 Surveyor of the Italian Coast Guard, and this is the first time since 2005 that the Italian Coast Guard has sent an aircraft to the Air Tattoo. It's a twin-engine regional airliner which was co-developed by France and Italy in the early 1980s. The designation 42 refers to the original passenger capacity of the type, however further stretched versions have since been developed. The Italian Coast Guard currently operates a fleet of 3 ATR-42 MP maritime patrol aircraft, and they're based on the ATR-42 400 and 500 versions of this regional airliner. A fourth aircraft in the most up-to-date Surveyor configuration was also ordered in late 2024, and that will be based on the ATR-42 600. But this departure will probably have to wait a little bit because the U2 from the static display is now being towed out. Now, we're not going to see the U2 flying today because, of course, it is based here as part of the 99th Expeditionary Reconnaissance Squadron. They have 2 U2s based here at Fairford, and we are about to see the aircraft used for training purposes in a clean configuration, but we saw the mission configured aircraft in the flying display on Saturday and Sunday, and once again a reminder that the Royal International Air Tattoo flying displays are all available to watch on catch up on our streaming service watch.planestv.com. And now with the U2 clear of the runway, the ATR 42 has been cleared for takeoff. Now the U2 being towed back to its hangar, an aircraft that first flew back in 1955 and it's been in service ever since, flying with a variety of organisations, both military and intelligence. It is a high-altitude aerial reconnaissance aircraft which was originally developed to spy on the USSR from altitudes at which it would be safe from air-launched and ground-launched missile systems, but it has also been used extensively for scientific research and most recently to monitor balloons over US airspace. Officially it can fly at up to 70,000 feet, but the most highly upgraded models can reportedly fly even higher than that, and thus the U2 remains a very important capability that has not been properly matched by any other aircraft. The US Air Force fleet of U-2 Dragon Ladies are all home-based at Beale Air Force Base in California, although with forward operating bases around the world, both at RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus and here at RAF Fairford. They are frequently used for reconnaissance missions over Eastern Europe in particular, and the Mediterranean as well. Fugger CM-170 Magister now taking to the runway, one of the civilian-operated classic jets in the static display at this year's Royal International Air Tattoo. A great favourite of mine. I firmly believe that this is one of the most beautiful jet aircraft ever to have been built. Not so much on the ground, but when you get a formation of them up in the air, as was once seen in the hands of the Red Devils and more famously the Patrouille de France, and now in the form of the civilian Patrouille Tranchant, they are just so unbelievably graceful. And even on the ground, there's something about them, isn't there? Look how low it is. It's a small aeroplane, deceptively small. The pilot's feet and posterior are not far off the ground. It is a matter of perhaps a couple of feet at the most. A very distinctive engine note as well. It was an early jet-powered primary trainer, first developed in the late 1940s and entering service in the mid-50s. But it was also used as a close air support platform during a number of conflicts in the Middle East and Africa. And as I alluded to, it also became a very popular aerobatic aircraft, the aircraft of choice for a variety of display teams around the world. The Patrouille de France, the Red Devils, the Israel Aerobatic Team, and the Silver Swallows, to name but four. And now the KC-135 on the runway, an aircraft type that is often said to be based on the 707. That's a simplification and it's not really true. They are related. They're both developments from the Boeing 367 prototype, which had a shorter and narrower fuselage than the 707. The Stratotanker first entered service in 1957. Eventually 803 were produced between 1955 and 1965. And in addition to the standard tanker transport role, it's also been modified into various specialised versions, such as the rivet joint signals intelligence aircraft that we saw a little while ago. The KC-135s of today look rather different to how they would have appeared when they rolled off the production line, though. They've all been upgraded with CFM56 engines, which give the type much improved range and improve their fuel efficiency by some 25% as well. However, they are still rather elderly and have come due for replacement. The replacement of the Stratotanker fleet has been divvied up into two tranches. The first tranche being replaced by the KC-46A Pegasus, and we'll hopefully see an example of one of those taking off later on today. The second tranche will be replaced by either the Pegasus or the A330 MRTT multi-role tanker transport in all probability. And now on the threshold we have a CP-140 Aurora, an aircraft that combines the airframe of the P-3 Orion with the avionics of the S-3 Viking. It's a type that is operated exclusively by Canada. It entered service in 1980, and the CP-140M designation reflects the fact that they have been modernised in the early 2000s with upgrades to the computers, navigation, radar and communication systems. They've also been structurally reinforced. Although optimised for anti-submarine warfare, the CP-140 is currently the only ISR platform in the Canadian military, and so it's also used frequently for drug interdiction and search and rescue missions. Canada currently operates 18 CP-140s and intends to eventually replace them with 16 P-8A Poseidons. This one comes from 405 Squadron, based at Greenwood, and it is about to start its takeoff roll. I mentioned that this will be replaced in Canadian service by the P-8A Poseidon. We'll get to see a British operated example of the Poseidon MRA-1, departing the show later on today. That aircraft will come from 120 Squadron, based at RAF Lossiemouth. I also mentioned a moment ago that the replacement for some of the KC-135 fleet will be the KC-46A Pegasus, and there indeed is a KC-46 Pegasus, and we'll be seeing that taking off in the very near future. Departure there on runway 09, which I must say I didn't expect, from this Pegasus, which comes from the 108th Wing at McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey. The KC-767 is an advanced version, the KC-46 is an advanced version of the KC-767, which is itself based on the 767 airliner. Specifically, it combines the fuselage of the 767-200ER with the wing, cargo door and floor of the 767-300F and the cockpit of the 737-400ER. The first delivery took place in 2019, and the type has been selected to replace the oldest KC-135s in US service. It's also in the running to replace the rest of them. It features several interesting features, one of them being a semi-automated refueling boom, which is operated remotely by a boom operator in the front of the aircraft rather than by a boom operator lying down looking through a window at the rear. That system has proved rather problematic and has caused significant delays to the KC-46 program, but nonetheless its service career does seem to have been reaching some level of maturity over the last year or two. An Icarus C-42 from the RAF Microlight Flying Association is now departing out to our left-hand side, and you will have seen a moment ago as well movement down to the right-hand side, the Douglas R-4D ready for duty of the Commemorative Air Force being dragged over to the other side of the airfield, as now we see on the screen British F-35B Lightning. And note I say an F-35B Lightning, not an F-35B Lightning II, because in British service we don't call it the Lightning II. And that's because we had an extra Lightning. So the history of British military aviation, the English Electric Lightning, of course. This one comes from 207 Squadron, and like all of the British F-35s, its home base is at RAF Marham in Norfolk. As the only Level 1 partner in the multinational team that developed the F-35, the UK enjoyed some level of influence on the final capabilities and characteristics of the aircraft, especially from a weapons perspective, and as a result the F-35 is being cleared to carry UK-specific weapons such as the ASRAAM and Meteor air-to-air missiles. The UK intends to eventually operate 138 F-35Bs, which will be split between the RAF and the Royal Navy. Only 48 aircraft have been officially ordered thus far. And in recent months the UK government has also announced the intention to procure 12 F-35As for the nuclear strike role. Now you can see the hatch on the top of the aircraft has opened, exposing the Rolls-Royce lift system, and this should be a very short take-off roll indeed. And to accentuate the fact that this aircraft can perform very short takeoffs, it is rolling some distance down the runway so that when it does lift off from the ground it will be a little closer to the photographers in the RIAT grandstand. The RIAT grandstand is the grandstand you periodically see to the left hand side of us. It is the only part of the showground that is open today, and it is home to the Friends of the Royal International Air Tattoo. Years ago, last year in fact, we very much enjoyed the chance to see an RAF F-35 roll demonstration on the circuits, and we covered that here at the Royal International Air Tattoo and at Duxford as well. A very fine display it was. Not possible to do that this year because the F-35 fleet is stretched pretty thin at the moment, supporting a carrier deployment to the Far East. And now lifting on the right hand side, a pair of Juno HT-1s from the number 1 flying training school of the Royal Air Force. They will be off to their base at RAF Shawbury. As you will have noticed, the sun has gone in. We started the day with a completely cloudless sky. It is now increasingly clouding over. It's still a perfectly pleasant day, but the temperature has just dropped enough that I have gone and put a coat on. There is a possibility that we get caught by some rain showers at some point during the day. There is some rain around. There are some darker clouds around, particularly behind us, but for the time being it remains perfectly pleasant. If it does start raining, then we will, of course, keep on going, just as we did yesterday. If you were watching yesterday's live broadcast, we did get away with things very lightly on the whole, but the Chinook displayed in some quite appalling conditions. The rain was really coming down. Made for some pretty dramatic video. We saw a Wildcat earlier from 825 Naval Air Squadron of the Royal Navy. Well, here are two more. The first one we saw was on static display. These two were taking part in the flying display. They're part of the Black Cats, the helicopter display team of the Royal Navy. So they will be heading off to RAF Yeovilton, which is where they are based. Black Cats were formed in 2001, initially flying the Lynx and called the Lynx Pair. They were renamed the Black Cats in 2004. Black catting is a naval term for one-upping your rivals. The Lynx is no longer operated by the Royal Navy, and the aircraft flown by the Black Cats today is the Lynx's successor, the Wildcat HMA-2. They began flying the Wildcat in 2014, but for the last decade the Black Cats have become a fairly infrequent sight on the airshow circuit, such as the operational tempo of the Wildcat fleet. After several years of hiatus from flying pairs displays, they returned to the circuit in that format in 2024 and flew here at RIAT, where they won the Steedman Display Sword for the best display by a UK participant, and we've enjoyed having them back at the show this year. Some very enjoyable, very photogenic flying displays. There's all manner of advanced sensors on this aircraft, most visibly Sea-Sprite active electronically scanned array radar on the underside of the nose, to gyro-stabilised Westcam MX-15 HDI electro-optical infrared camera on the top of the nose. And in terms of armaments, it can carry up to 20 Martlet lightweight multi-role missiles, 4 Sea Venom heavy anti-surface missiles for anti-surface warfare, and Stingray torpedoes and depth charges for anti-submarine work. The Navy operates 28 Wildcat HMA-2s, the first of which was delivered in 2012, and additionally 34 Wildcat AH-1s have been procured for the Army Air Corps. That variant entered service in 2014, and they have some slightly different systems, but from a design point of view the Army and Navy Wildcats share 98% commonality. And indeed the static display Wildcat is still here, and it leads this formation of 3 as they come past us. So they are off to their base at RNAS Yeovilton. Of course, if you would like to watch the Black Cats display, the same goes for any of the flying displays that have taken place over the last 3 days. You can re-watch the live broadcasts of all of the flying displays here at the Royal International Air Tattoo on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. By the time we round out today's broadcast, we'll have done somewhere between 50 and 55 hours of broadcasting over the course of 6 days. You'll be able to find all of that on our streaming service, but in addition, a huge archive of programmes going all the way back to 1989. We're adding to that collection all the time. We've got forthcoming programmes from Antidotum Airshow Lesno, from here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, from Pardubice, and later on this year we'll be filming at Roskilde in Denmark, at Hahnweide in Germany, and out at the Dubai Air Show. We'll have a highlights programme from NATO days as well. So future live broadcasts, they're going to be on the streaming service as well. As we have, it seems, a short gap here, let's take one of the semi-regular dips into the archive that we do so often on Plains TV broadcasts. 3 randomly selected excerpts from programmes that you can find if you subscribe to watch.planestv.com.
In addition to the smoke produced by the smoke winders on the wingtips, the display was also enhanced by the use of flares. These are used during combat to decoy incoming infrared air-to-air missiles.
And now we decelerate the aircraft 1,000 foot height, 14-15 degrees angle of attack, and between 100 and 105 knots indicated airspeed.
All of that and more available on the streaming service. Forthcoming live broadcasts as well. And another programme which we showed some clips of during the arrival days, a programme from International Air Tattoo 1993 here at Fairford. Now Plains TV was here in 1993 filming, but never did anything with the material. It has sat in storage until a few months ago when Ian pulled out all of the tapes, digitised them, and then we have digitally restored the footage best we can. And we have edited a 2-hour programme from International Air Tattoo 1993, featuring not quite all, but the majority of the flying displays in considerable detail, and that is being released on our streaming service tomorrow. We do have some gaps coming up later on today in the movements, and as we do have some gaps to fill, we'll be showing some excerpts, some exclusive teasers of that IAT 1993 programme. It'll be the first time that this footage has been seen by anyone other than Ian and myself. Even Adrian, who filmed it, hasn't actually seen the material until now. Sorry about breaking off the commentary rather suddenly. There was a bit of a wind crisis here and bits of the set started blowing around. So I've retrieved the bits of the set and I'm now ready to continue as we see the PBY 5A Catalina lining up for takeoff. Actually, technically it's a Canzo A because it was built not by Consolidated but by Vickers in Canada, although it's painted in the colours of a Catalina. Miss pickup, the US Army Air Force OA-10A Catalina of the 5th Emergency Rescue Squadron, which was based at Halesworth in Suffolk. The Catalina, across all of its variants, was the most numerous float plane of the Second World War, with, I shouldn't say float plane, I suppose it's not a float plane, it's an amphibian, a flying boat. 3,300 Catalinas built. It was heavily used as a search and rescue aircraft for downed or sunken crews. But in RAF service it was perhaps most famous for its role as an anti-submarine aircraft, particularly protecting convoys, and also for its role in the sinking of the Bismarck. The aircraft we've just seen is the only flying Catalina in Europe, and it's here as part of the Eye in the Sky theme because of those roles that I was just describing. It's very well suited to that theme, and arguably this one is even better suited than most Catalinas because it actually had a brief civilian career where it was modified for use as an airborne safari aircraft in Africa. So the blister windows at the back, which would have once housed machine guns, were modified and fitted with new, much larger frameless bubble blister windows. I can tell you from personal experience that to fly on that aircraft and look out of those windows is an absolutely extraordinary experience. It's unlike anything else that I've experienced in aviation because you just can't see them, and when you reach out, you seemingly reach out of the fuselage to try and touch them. They're so far away that you can't. Royal Air Force Chinook HC-6 is now on the move. This is the aircraft that we saw performing a roll demonstration over the last few days. The UK is actually the largest export customer for the Chinook. The bulk of the fleet made up of HC-6A aircraft, and those are old airframes delivered in the 1980s and 90s, upgraded to the new HC-6 standard. This is an HC-6 as opposed to an HC-6A, which is a new build airframe, and they were delivered in the late 2000s. And the other Chinook model that is currently in service is the HC-5, which we saw here at the Air Tattoo last year, and that has enlarged sponsons to house bigger fuel tanks. The Chinook fleet is set to be bolstered in the coming years with the arrival of 14 Block 2 H-47ER Chinooks, which are optimised for special operations. That order was announced in 2022, and the first aircraft are due to arrive in 2026. the Spanish F-16s that we saw taking off a little while ago and then returning back to Fairford not long afterwards are on the move again, so presumably having refueled, they will now have another go at making it back to their base in Spain. But before that, the Chinook has just been cleared for takeoff. An aircraft that comes from number 7 Squadron. The display, in addition to the aircraft and crew from number 7 Squadron, also made use of ground crew from the Joint Helicopter Support Squadron, and they were involved in various elements of the roll demonstration, including, for example, connecting or rigging a quad bike to be carried underneath the Chinook as an underslung load, and then completing that connection, and then the aircraft lifted off and carried this quad bike around in a figure of 8 pattern before conducting a quick release demonstration. A big thanks to Malcolm Haynes, who has sent us a £10 super chat that will, well, he says have a couple of sherbets on him. It might go into the beer fund instead, if that's all right. And while we wait for the Spanish Typhoons to take off again, I'll just answer a couple of other questions I saw popping up in the chat. First of all, where's RIAT being held and is it open to the public? Yes, very much so. There's been 150,000 people here over the last few days. Anyone can buy a ticket. I saw Ian asking what is going to happen to the IAT 1993 tapes. The answer is I haven't got a coherent plan yet, but they're not going to be disposed of just because they've been digitised. Now the 3 C-16 Typhons from ALA 14 of the Spanish Air and Space Force are on the roll for the second time today. Also spotted a question earlier on, the MiG-29 incident at IAT 1993, is that included in the programme? Yes, it is. And a message too from Neil also, which I feel compelled to read out and also broadcast on our internal communication system, because I know Matt is going to like it. He says, big thank you to the hard-working cadets. You did a magnificent job. Matt will be very pleased to hear that. He's on camera one at the moment and is involved in the cadets. So yes, quite agree. They do a superb job, hundreds and hundreds of them, and they are among the many people who really make the system keep ticking over and sustaining operations at the show. Hawk T2 there taking off. Now, I said during the arrivals broadcast that it was coming from number 25 Squadron, and indeed that is what we had been expecting, although actually when we were perusing the static display a couple of days ago, we noticed that the jet comes instead from number 4 Squadron, which is part of number 4 Flight Training School at RAF Valley. The Hawk T2 is the British designation for what BAE Systems would call the Hawk Mark 128, and it is the UK's advanced jet trainer. While the original Hawk, the T1, as flown by the Red Arrows, first flew in 1974, this version is much newer. It's part of what's known as the Hawk AJT family, which is a larger, modernised version of the Hawk designed in the early 2000s. Compared to the original, the T2 has a full glass cockpit rather than an analogue cockpit. It's powered by a Rolls-Royce Ardor 951 engine, producing 6,500 pounds of thrust, which is about 15% more than the older Hawks. It also has a longer nose to accommodate additional avionics, and it has a steerable nose wheel. The original Hawk could only be steered through differential braking, and the nose gear was free castering. And backtracking the runway now, one of my favourite aircraft in the static display, and probably the shiniest C-17 I shall ever see, this C-17A Globemaster III of the Qatar Emiri Air Force. Part of a very generous Qatari presence here at the Royal International Air Tattoo this year, which includes the Hawk and Apache that we've already seen, a Typhoon FGR-4 as well, and this C-17, which is now rolling for takeoff. And that I shall nominate as takeoff of the day. That's what a C-17 can do when there's not very much on it. It's just got a short flight to go and pick up the Qatari Apache, and then it'll be ferrying that back to Qatar in its cargo holds. That aircraft comes from number 10 Squadron of the Qatar Emiri Air Force, based at Ul Udeid. It is part of a fleet of 8 C-17s. Qatar operates, the first 4 of which were delivered in the late 2000s, and then in 2015 Qatar decided to purchase a second batch of 4, giving a home to some of the surplus C-17s that Boeing had built without having first secured a buyer. One of the Qatari C-17s, the one that we have just seen, is painted in the colours of Qatar Airways rather than the standard military grey scheme. It does look absolutely wonderful. A big thank you to Raven Spirit 2012, who sent us £5 for the beer fund. And if I have missed any super chats over the course of today, I've got a little bit busy, haven't been monitoring the chat very closely for the last 2 or 3 hours, then I apologise. But to all of those who have sent us some money, most recently Raven Spirit 2012, thank you very much. It is enormously appreciated by the whole team, who are working very, very hard. This is day 7 for many of us, and we've still got another day to go, because there's a lot of pack up that has to happen tomorrow to get all of the equipment safely away. And it's a long week for all of us, because the camera operators, you might not realise this if you've not used cameras of this size before and used them in this sort of role. It is a full body workout that lasts 7, 8, 9 hours at a time. On commentary and for the vision mixing, we don't really have people we can fall back on to give us a particularly substantial break, so for the long live broadcast it's a 10 or 11 hour shift for us, and then that's just the broadcast. We're also here 10 hours, we're also here 2 hours early, of course, to set up, and we stay on 2 hours late to pack up at the end of each day, and there's normally more work to be done when we get back to the house as well. So very long days, but worth it. There is nowhere we would rather be. We are all aviation enthusiasts at heart. We love air shows, we love RIAT, and this is always a huge highlight of our year. The C-17 still in sight, and will quite possibly remain in sight until it is on final approach, because it's only going to RAF Bryce Norton, which is the Royal Air Force's tanker and transport base. It's 10 miles up the road from here, and it will be rendezvousing with the Qatar Emiri Air Force AH-64E Apache. The Apache will be safely loaded into its cargo hold, and then at some point later on it'll be flying back to its home base. Kevin Mottershaw asks whether we're doing Old Buckenham, and says for a small air show they have a great lineup. They certainly do, and actually now you mention it, yes, I am going to Old Buckenham. It'll just be me next Sunday, and I neglected to mention Old Buck when I had listed the shows that we're doing later this year. It won't be a live broadcast, but weather permitting, we should be producing a highlights programme of perhaps an hour or so, which will be released on our streaming service probably in the autumn. And Luke Holmes has sent us £4.99. He says, how come they can use both ends of the runway with the wind direction safely? Well, the wind is at the moment, I would say, a bit of a crosswind, so it probably doesn't matter hugely which direction is in use. Therefore, where possible, they will just be using whatever runway is the most expedient for each individual aircraft. In the case of the C-17, it's been parked down towards the western end of the static display, and therefore it can most easily access the western threshold and take off on runway 09. So that's what it did. Taking to the runway now, we have another aircraft from the UK military flying training system. We saw the Hawk a moment ago. Well, this is what you will fly a few stages before you get to the Hawk. This is the Grob 120 Prefect, or to give it its Royal Air Force designation, it is a Prefect T1. This has partially taken over from the Tutor. It has pretty much entirely replaced the tutor in the elementary training role. The tutor will continue being used by university air squadrons and air experience flights, and the number 6 flight training school still uses tutors for the training and evaluation of flight instructors. But for primary training, this is now the aircraft that is used. And it is very, very much more capable than the tutor ever was. It's got retractable undercarriage, which of course the tutor didn't have. It's got a huge amount more power. The tutor had a 180 horsepower piston engine. The Prefect has a 456 shaft horsepower turboprop, and that means that compared to the tutor, the Prefect cruises more than twice as fast, climbs nearly 3 times as fast, and can operate 25% higher. In fact, it's so capable that some air forces are even using it for basic jet training, so it is, if anything, substantially overqualified for the role in which the Royal Air Force uses it. It's also got highly advanced glass cockpit as well, which is much more representative of today's frontline fighters. Well now, oh dear, you're looking at my face. That's not good, is it? Now we are about to see one of the stars of the static display, and it's lining up, or holding short of the runway just over my shoulder. You can probably guess what it is. It is the pair of JF-17C Thunders from number 8 Squadron of the Pakistan Air Force based at Masroor. It's not that long ago that the Pakistan Air Force had a really rather disparate fleet of ageing fighter types that were no longer competitive in high-intensity combat. They were reliant on types like the Chengdu F-7, which was the Chinese license-built version of the MiG-21, as well as several older variants of the Dassault Mirage family. Since the 1990s, Pakistan has known that those types badly needed replacing, and so the country set about designing a new low-cost fighter that could take over from them. Development went very slowly indeed until the early 2000s, when the design work was passed over to the Chengdu Aircraft Corporation in China. The jet, dubbed Fighter China 1 by the Chinese and JF-17 Thunder by Pakistan, was designed by China's foremost aircraft designer, Yang Wei, and under his leadership the project moved much faster. The resulting aeroplane flew for the first time in 2003 and entered service in 2007. But the early version, the JF-17A, proved to be a rather troublesome beast. There were issues with its engine, its radar, its data link, and the structural integrity of the fuselage. And so, in the 2010s, China and Pakistan co-developed a new and much improved version, the JF-17C Block 3. As well as new sensors and avionics, the headline improvement is the addition of active electronically scanned array radar and the integration of a whole range of new weapons systems, including the Chinese-designed PL-15E, the longest-range air-to-air missile in the world. And yes, this is still a relatively small, lightweight fighter, with all the compromises that brings, but with this new radar and weapons fit, it can pack a real punch. And it's all the more impressive when you consider that its unit price is only a quarter of that of any Western equivalent. It may not pack as much punch as some of the modern Western options, but if your money can buy you 100 rather than 25, well, the JF-17 becomes a very appealing option. They're just holding short of the runway while the Saab 2000 support aircraft for the Gripen E touches down. We'll be seeing that leave later on, and very shortly the JF-17s will take to the runway. This is a type that has now been thoroughly inducted into the Pakistan Air Force, and they have been used in combat. It's also scored several export orders. The first really notable export success has occurred in just the last few months. 40 units have been ordered by the Air Force of Azerbaijan. JF-17s have visited the UK once before. A models appeared on static display at the Farnborough Air Show in 2010, but this is the first time that a JF-17C has visited a European air show. It is also the first time that a JF-17 of any variant has participated in the Air Tattoo, and the JF-17 crews won the Spirit of the Meat award for the particular effort that they went to bring their aircraft here over an enormous distance, and they did so without stopping for fuel. They were supported by an Ilyushin Il-78 tanker transport aircraft, which we will be seeing depart very soon indeed. But for now, it is the two JF-17s that take to the runway, one of them with a wonderful special paint scheme. They have certainly been among the most interesting participants in the static display this year. They have represented their nation very well indeed. Their crews have been much commended by the visitors to the Air Tattoo for the way in which they have engaged with the crowd here. And now, although we didn't get to see them in the flying display, we shall at least get one fleeting opportunity to see them in the air as they head for home. The landing lights are on, the takeoff roll is now about to begin, and indeed it has begun. All the way from Pakistan, the JF-17C Thunder Block 3. A very commendable contribution from Pakistan this year. It's been quite some time since we've seen them at the Royal International Air Tattoo. It's always lovely to have air forces visiting from further afield. In addition to the JF-17s, there was a special painted C-130 on static display, and this, the Ilyushin Il-78 MP, acting as the support aircraft. Pakistan has 4 of these in their inventory. They are used for strategic transport, and they are also the country's only aerial refueling platforms. The type was introduced to Pakistani service in 2009 when the 4 airframes were purchased second-hand from the Ukrainian Air Force, and it is effectively a swing-roll aircraft. It can be either a tanker or a transport aircraft, but not really both at the same time, because for the tanker roll it has removable fuel tanks installed in its cargo bay. Now about to start its own takeoff roll from number 10 Squadron of the Pakistan Air Force based at Nurkan. This is the Ilyushin Il-78 MP. You don't see aircraft smoking like that very often nowadays. What a sight. It makes me nostalgic for an era that I'm too young to remember. And now we'll go to a very modern tanker transport. From the Ilyushin Il-78 to the Airbus A400M. To be specific, an Atlas C1 from number 70 Squadron of the Royal Air Force. No smoke this time. Here it goes. This also heading just over the tree line to Bryce Norton, a very short flight indeed for this aircraft, a type that was developed as a replacement for the C-130 and C-160, although that didn't entirely work out. The A400M ended up being so much bigger, so much more capable and so much more complex than any of those. Yes, so much more expensive as well. What really sets it apart from other turboprop transport aircraft are the engines. When the A400M was being developed, there was no turboprop engine on the market powerful enough to give it the required performance, and so a pan-European group of engine manufacturers, Rolls-Royce, Safran, ITP and MTU, came together to set up a new company called Europrop International, tasked with developing an all-new engine to power this enormous aircraft. And they came up with the TP400, the most powerful single-shaft turboprop ever produced, giving the A400M a total of 44,000 horsepower. That engine is largely responsible for the A400M's outstanding performance. It has roughly double the payload capacity of the C-130J, yet it can take off from shorter runways, climb faster, cruise higher and fly farther. Another Typhoon now on the roll. A Typhoon T3, if I interpreted the markings correctly, from number 12 Squadron of the Qatar Emiri Air Force, which is another of those joint British-Qatari training units. As we see now another aircraft from the British military flight training system taken to the runway. This is Phenom T1. It's used for multi-engine training within the Royal Air Force, and it is the RAF's designation for the Phenom 300 very light business jet. It's a type that first flew in 2007, the aim being to combine jet performance with turboprop efficiency and cost, and it's been very popular as a result, with about 400 having been built. The RAF operates 5 of them, and they are flown by 45 Squadron as part of No. 3 Flying Training School based at RAF College, Cranwell. The aircraft are provided by Affinity Flight Training Systems on behalf of Ascent as part of the aforementioned military flying training system. This is a Hellenic Air Force C-27J Spartan. It's been operating as a support aircraft. The 2 Mirage 2000-5s that appeared on static display, and indeed which we saw departing earlier on. We've seen it coming and going a few times over the course of the past week, and now it is about to take off for the final time. This, I think, is the last of our Royal Air Force training aircraft. A Tutor T1. a very strange shape crossing the runway there. That is the Grob 520 NG, which for me has been one of my absolute stars of the static display. Seeing its arrival last week in formation of the Grob 120 just accentuated how strange this aircraft is proportionally and how large it is. So what you're probably wondering is, what on earth is that for? Well, the Grob 520, sometimes known as the Egret, was developed in the 1980s as a very high-altitude, long-endurance reconnaissance aircraft for the US and German militaries. It first flew in 1987, and it is a remarkably capable aircraft which holds several records for altitude and climb performance. It has a service ceiling of some 50,000 feet and endurance of 7.5 hours. Despite all that, all military orders for the Grob 520 were cancelled before a single delivery had been made. The aircraft instead ended up being used for scientific research by the German Aerospace Centre and Airborne Research Australia. It was also used as the tow plane for the Perlan, the altitude world record holding glider. Now though, Grob hopes they've given the Grob 520 a new lease of life, because what we see here is the Grob 520 Next Generation, which features a new engine, Pratt & Whitney PT6A, and it has a full autopilot, giving potential for autonomous or remote controlled operation. They say that this is an affordable alternative to large military UAVs. As you can see, it has a remarkably long wingspan, but what you perhaps can't tell without anything for scale is that the fuselage is very large and very tall. If you stand next to it, then, well, I did go up and stand next to it in the static display, and I think my head was around about level with the spinner of the propeller. It is much larger than you imagine it would be until you get up close, and here it is rolling for takeoff. One last look at this weird aeroplane. And now about to start its takeoff roll from the right-hand side, we have the Italian Air Force C-130J Hercules. As I was describing, when it arrived, it is here in support of the Italian Air Force's flying display participants in the show, the 3 solo displays from the Reparto Sperimentale Volo and also the Frecce Tricolori. If you can hear in the background some noise going on of engines starting, then I think that is the Egyptian Antonov An-74 starting its engines, although I can't confirm that 100% because the public address audio company have parked a van right in front of me. I can no longer see in that direction, unfortunately. Well, this is my version of X-ray vision. If I can't see through a van, I'll get a camera to point in that direction and I can look at the screen. And yes, indeed, the Egyptian Air Force Antonov An-74T does appear to be preparing for its departure, which we did actually expect a little while ago, according to the schedule disseminated yesterday. Meanwhile, another C-130 Hercules is taking to the runway out to the right-hand side. And this is the Spanish... Sorry, it's not a Hercules, it's the Spanish C-295M. Meanwhile, we have a rotary movement, the first rotary movement in a little while, and this is a Wildcat AH-1 of the British Army. We've seen the RIAT flying display debut of the Wildcat AH-1 over the last few days. On the Friday of the show, in the hands of the Army Air Corps capability demonstration. They had one of them, plus a pair of Apache AH-2s, but there was also Wildcat AH-1 on static display. The flying display example came from number 7 Regiment, the static display example from number 1 Regiment, all based at Middle Wallop. Really evolved from the Lynx via the Super Lynx. It's being produced in two main versions. The Maritime version, which we saw earlier on today, and the battlefield support version, the AH-1. But a huge amount of commonality between the two types. And as that departs, we turn our attention back to that Spanish C295M from Ala 35, which is based at Getafe near Madrid. This medium transport aircraft, which was developed from the CN235, that CN235 joint Spanish-Indonesian development, it proved to be a little too small for practical use as an airlifter, though, so the Spanish Air Force moved them to the Maritime patrol role instead. And then went on to produce a stretched version of the CN235, which was this, the C295, to replace it as an airlifter. It's also got slightly more powerful engines as well, which provide a 50% increase in cargo carrying capability. First flew in 1997 and has since been ordered by over 35 militaries worldwide. In addition to its primary transport role, the C295 has also been either developed or proposed in a variety of other roles, including maritime patrol, search and rescue, AWACS, as a gunship and even as a light aerial refueling tanker. Spain was the launch customer for the C295, as you would probably expect, given that it is a Spanish development, and in the service of the Spanish Air and Space Force it is officially known as the T-21. Some of the vintage participants in the Eye in the Sky static display now getting ready to take off, and one of the most significant vintage aircraft restorations of the last 10 or 20 years is now in the middle of your frame. That is an L-12A Electra Junior, but not any L-12A. A Grob 120 TP backtracking for departure there. And there's a Spitfire on the runway as well. A Griffon engine Spitfire this. The Spitfire FR-14. FR means fighter reconnaissance. Now, that is not the same as photo reconnaissance. Photo reconnaissance Spitfires were unarmed. Fighter reconnaissance Spitfires retained their guns and cannons in the wing, but they did have provision for a camera to be installed behind the cockpit. This one, serial NV293, was built in 1944 at Keyville and never saw service during the Second World War. The aircraft was eventually transferred to the Indian Air Force, where it entered service in 1947 and then became a ground instructional airframe at the IAF Technical College. It now wears the same markings that it carried while in Indian service, and it's based at Sywell under the ownership of Fighter Aviation Engineering. We shall shortly see it departing back to Sywell. The sun has just come out. I'm sure there's a poetic reference I can make about that, but I'm not going to. The Spitfire departs, and the Electra is continuing to hold short. The L12 being a smaller version of the L10 Electra, designed as a feeder airliner, but it proved too small for practical airline use and instead found success in the hands of private owners, being used for executive transport. The Grob 120 rolling for takeoff. But the reason the Electra is here as part of the Eyes in the Skies theme is due to some of the covert activities which this particular Electra conducted. They occurred under the directorship of the British-Australian entrepreneur and inventor Sidney Cotton, and he converted Electras into airborne reconnaissance platforms to take images of German and Italian bases while painted as civilian aircraft. Ostensibly, they were operating in support of Cotton's business interests. This is one of them. It conducted some very daring missions over occupied Europe in the final weeks before the outbreak of the Second World War. It was restored to flight in 2023, and it still wears the same registration as it did while in Cotton's ownership. Probably still wears the same colour scheme as well, although it's hard to say for sure because no colour photos exist from that time. As one of the most important photo reconnaissance aircraft in history, it is very fitting to have welcomed this aeroplane to the static display at RIAT as part of the Eye in the Sky theme. Now, the Royal International Air Tattoo is the biggest military air show in the world, and it has been for quite some time, but there are still plenty of nations that have never attended before. And slowly, some of those nations are being ticked off the list. This year, the 59th nation attended the Royal International Air Tattoo. That nation was Egypt, and they sent this, an Antonov An-74. The An-74 excels at delivering relatively large volumes of cargo to small, austere airstrips. It is particularly notable for its high-mounted engines, so located as to provide protection from FOD while landing on rough, unprepared runways, and they also have the effect of increasing the airflow over the top of the wings to improve the aircraft's low-speed handling and reduce its stall speed. Developed from the Antonov An-72, which was of a similar configuration, the An-74 first flew in 1983. It is visually very similar to its predecessor, but it differs through the installation of a more powerful radar, more advanced equipment, a longer range and the ability to be fitted with skis, although that in particular is not very often required in Egypt. And as that waits for takeoff, we see that a Havilland DHC-8 Fire Swift taking off. And that aircraft comes from the defence and aerospace contractor Maritime. As the name suggests, it is intended for use for airborne firefighting. There's quite a few Dash 8s that are used for firefighting purposes, most commonly the Q400 variants. Maritime have chosen the Q300 as the basis of their new advanced aerial firefighter, and it differs from the ones we usually see by having a fully integral water tank which can carry up to 5,700 litres of water, foam or fire retardant. In addition, it also carries its own mission commander who can use the inbuilt optical systems to detect fires and develop an efficient attack profile. It's only recently made its first flight, and this was the Fire Swift's first public appearance, and now that has cleared away. We see the Egyptian Antonov An-74 taking to the runway. The Egyptian Air Force operates a fleet of 3 An-74s. They are fitted with new glass cockpits and they are used as tactical transports. Originally, a far larger fleet was planned, but for various reasons, options for additional aircraft were not exercised. All 3 aircraft are operated by an independent flight attached to the 533rd Air Wing, based at Cairo International Airport, Cairo East Air Base, as it is known. And we're now going to see it making its way along the northern taxiway and preparing to take off. Meanwhile, another very colourful transport aircraft has emerged out to the right-hand side. This time it's a C-130 Hercules from the Royal Jordanian Air Force, and to be specific, it is a C-130H model coming from number 3 Squadron, based in the Jordanian capital of Amman. Jordan is one of 7 Middle Eastern air arms that operate the C-130, and they have 3 C-130Es and 7 of these C-130Hs. 3 of these H models are actually second-hand aircraft recently received from the US Air Force under the Ramp to Ramp program, an initiative under which the United States is transferring surplus C-130s to friendly air forces with modest airlift capability. And we saw one of them in the static display here at RIAT last year. The one we see today was actually ordered new for the Royal Jordanian Air Force, and as that taxis behind another Jordanian participant, the Royal Jordanian Falcons take off with their extra 330 LXs. They were one of the 3 national aerobatic teams that we've enjoyed seeing in the flying display over the last few days. A team founded back in 1976 at the behest of King Hussein of Jordan, who was a keen airshow enthusiast and a pilot himself. And he has had a long association with the air tattoo, long since passed away, but to this day the top award, the King Hussein Memorial Sword for the best overall flying display, is named in his honour. The Royal Jordanian Falcons are among the most reliable and frequent foreign participants in this event as part of their annual goodwill tour to Europe, and they are very much part of the fabric of the Royal International Air Tattoo. The Jordanian C-130 has taxied over to what we often refer to as the Northeast Loop, which is where the Royal Jordanian Falcons themselves were parked, but there's another C-130 which is heading over that way as well, and that is an example from the Polish Air Force, which has been appearing on static display. That is a C-130E. We were expecting one of their new C-130Hs, but it is instead one of the older C-130Es, which is slowly being replaced on a one-on-one basis by the new H models. I say new, they're second-hand, ex-US Air Force aircraft. With the C-130s continuing their procession over to the northeast loop, I think most eyes around the airfield will be fixed back on the Egyptian Antonov. This has been quite a significant event for the Egyptian Air Force, their first time attending the biggest military air show in the world, and there was a senior delegation here to witness the moment. The Chief of the Air Force attended on the Wednesday to greet the aircrew after landing, and we can only hope that they had an absolutely wonderful time. They were impressed by the show and they feel compelled to return in a future year, because it would be lovely to see more of the Egyptian Air Force here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. They have an absolutely fascinating inventory of aircraft, some very rare and elusive types. You're looking at there is the tail of the NATO A330 multi-role tanker transport, but it's based in the Netherlands at Eindhoven, hence wearing Dutch markings. Quite a few notable aircraft yet to depart, not least that one, Royal New Zealand Air Force 757 still yet to go. Of course, the Antonov An-74, which is now taking to the runway, And if you're a fan of heavies, then you'll definitely want to stick around for the US Air Force C-5M Galaxy, which is currently programmed to be our last movement of the day, a little before 5 o'clock. Well, it has been a pleasure seeing the Egyptian Air Force here for the first time, but let's hope it is not the last time. Rolling now, heading for Cairo, heading for home. The Egyptian Air Force, Antonov An-74. Now, I promised some time ago that when we had a quiet moment we would take a look at the forthcoming programme from the International Air Tattoo 1993, these unseen tapes which have been digitised and finally put to use after many, many years. This programme is 2 hours long. It's being released on our streaming service tomorrow, and while we wait to see what the next movement might be, let's take a look at an excerpt. The nearby transport bases of Bryce Norton and Lynham provided flypasts. From Bryce, a VC-10 KC-3 tanker with 2 hose and drogue systems, a VC-10 C-1K transport aircraft modified with a single hose and drogue, and they were led by a TriStar KC-1. From Lynham, 5 Hercules. The shorter airframes are C-1s and the stretched airframes are C-3s. So that is a new programme which will be released, as I said, tomorrow, but it's one of over 150 titles on the streaming service. Some of them dating all the way back to 1989, some of them recorded very recently indeed.
We hold events here throughout the year, but this one is something particularly special. It's what we're calling 3 Lancasters. So when we get 2 Lancasters flying over the top of NX611,
display was planned, practiced and authorised just for us, and very well received it was too.
The RAF's Tornado GR1 opened the show.
Those are just 3 random excerpts of some of the titles that you'll find on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. Over there you will also find all of our live broadcasts. Some of them go out free on YouTube, but all of them are available on our streaming service. So if you love air shows, do head over to watch.planestv.com, go to the catalogue, take a browse, and do consider signing up. We have plenty more to be added over the course of this year. I'm halfway through an edit of Antidotum Airshow Lesno, which includes some incredible drone footage, some of which has not yet been seen, bringing you right into the heart of the action of the flying displays. There's cockpit material in that as well. We've got a forthcoming highlights programme from RIAT 2025. Ian is shortly going to start working on a highlights programme from Pardubice. I'm shortly going to start working on one from IRA 25 coming up later this year. We're going to have programmes from Hahnweide, that epic warbird fly-in and show in Germany. I say warbirds, it's not just warbirds, it's vintage aircraft from the civilian side as well that are just as much the focus. We're going to have a programme from the Dubai Air Show, from NATO days. We will have further live broadcasts coming up this year as well. The only one that I can name at the moment is the International Air Show Festival of Flight in Scotland, but there will be more, potentially as many as 4 more. Those who are a fan of military aviation, this isn't something for our streaming service. As far as I know, we may carry it on the streaming service though. We will be producing an English language live broadcast of NATO Days and the Czech Air Force Days, which is the biggest military air show in Central Europe. That will be in September. Do keep an eye out on our social media pages or sign up for our newsletter. If we don't output it on our own channels, it will definitely be going out on the NATO Days channels, and we will let you know when that is happening so that you can make sure to tune in. Holding short of the runway is a German Air Force A400M from Lufttransportgeschwader 62 at Wunstorf. Meanwhile, backtracking and about to turn around is the Pilatus PC-24. And that is a rather unique proposition as a business jet, because while it offers all the refinement of any other business jet, it's not afraid to get its wheels dirty either. It's an aircraft that is tailor-made to operate from short and potentially unpaved strips in mountainous environments. And actually it appears that is vacating the runway and heading back into the static display as far as I can tell at the moment. taxiing onto the runway now, the German Air Force A400M, which, as I was describing earlier, was originally imagined as a replacement for all of NATO's C-130s and C-160s. It was developed by initially a collaboration of a collection of companies, Lockheed in the USA, British Aerospace, Aerospatiale of France, MBB of Germany, but when it became clear that this wasn't in fact a C-160 and C-130 replacement, Lockheed left the programme to develop an improved version of the C-130 instead, which now operates alongside the A400M in many air arms, including this one. And in fact, for the first time this year, Germany has sent one of their C-130Js to take part in the static display of the air tattoo. We should be seeing that depart fairly soon. After the departure of Lockheed, further European manufacturers joined the A400M programme, CASA of Spain and Alenia of Italy. The project would be spearheaded by Airbus Military, the pan-European defence conglomerate that would in the end acquire several other of the participating countries, and this is the result. The resulting aircraft flew for the first time in 2009, and the production variant entered service in 2013. We've seen A400Ms in the flying display at RIAT a great many times, usually flown by Airbus test pilots. That last happened in 2019, and since then there's been a bit of an Atlas drought here at RIAT, at least insofar as the flying display is concerned. That was rectified by the German Air Force this year, performing as a fully fledged solo display team here at RIAT for the very first time. Having said that, we have seen German A400Ms in the RIAT flying display before in other capacities, performing flypasts last year and performing an air-to-air refueling demonstration with a couple of Tornadoes the year before that. And indeed, if you would like to watch any of that back, then you can re-watch the live broadcasts and the full highlights programmes, roughly 2 hours of programming per year. All of the RIAT highlight programmes since 2015 are available on our streaming service, as indeed are various special features, and I know there's an A400M cockpit video display talkthrough that is available as a special feature from a previous RIAT around about 2015, if I recall correctly. Well, we saw one of the German Tornadoes departing earlier on. The other is under tow, which probably doesn't bode very well in terms of our chances of seeing it take to the air. It is always the way here at the Royal International Air Tattoo that several aircraft end up staying behind when you have this many aeroplanes on a single airfield and a relatively tight schedule for getting them out and up into the air. There will always be things that aren't able to take off on schedule due to perhaps technical problems or crew problems, but they do nonetheless need to be moved, because to unpick the static display, the plan does rely on aircraft disappearing from their parking spaces on slot. So even if an aircraft can't depart, it's still quite normal to see it getting towed around the airfield just to get it out of the way of other movements. Well, while we have seen a tornado, and indeed we're seeing it now, being towed around the airfield, ruining the fact that we perhaps won't get to see it in the sky today, I thought we could dip in once again to our IAT 1993 programme, due for release tomorrow, and have a look at some tornado action from that show. This, once again, is an excerpt from that 2-hour programme recounting almost all of the flying display performances that took place that year. And the footage you're about to see has never been seen before, other than by Ian and I, who together edited the programme. Let's take a look at this excerpt. This was an air defence version of the Tornado. Its primary role was to intercept potentially hostile aircraft flying towards British airspace. More so than other versions of the Tornado, it was equipped with powerful radar and long-range air-to-air missiles. The Tornado F3 became fully operational with the RAF in 1987 and was retired in 2011, replaced by the Typhoon. Another look there at the forthcoming programme from IAT 1993, and that will be available to view tomorrow on our streaming service. Of course, all of the other RIAT programmes that Plains TV has ever produced are also available to watch. Meanwhile, let's get back to the live action, because taking to the runway is a Beechcraft King Air. But quite an interesting Beechcraft King Air. This one comes from a company called Maitreya. They call it the Swift Eye Block 3, and it is used by the Maitreya Special Aerospace Division for contracted airborne intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance missions, where the type can stay in the air for up to 10 hours at a time, thanks to a proprietary range extension kit. The aircraft operating there in a clean configuration, although on static display it had a bulbous pod fitted to the underside, and that can be used to house all manner of sensors and intelligence gathering equipment. And now, after having disappeared for a little while, we'll get to see the Pilatus PC-24 taking off. sound of ambient idling engines has become ever louder over the last hour or so, and what that means is that we are unfortunately getting closer to the end of the departures session. The way they dismantle, if you like, static display tends to be starting with the ends for entirely logical reasons that I'm sure you don't need me to explain. And we are roughly in the middle of the display line, so when aircraft begin to start up and run their engines behind us, it means that pretty well all the aircraft out on the extremities have gone, and it is just the few in the middle that are left. Nonetheless, some interesting movements to come from the Saab 2000, from the C5M, the 757, potentially some of the aircraft that have been dragged over to the far side, and the aircraft that is on your screen now, which is the Airbus A330 multi-role tank transport. As you can see, it wears a Dutch roundel, and that is because the aircraft is based in the Netherlands, at Eindhoven specifically. And you probably don't need me to tell you that the A330 multi-role tanker transport is based on the A330 airliner. It has been modified into an aerial refueling and transport aircraft, and it has proved greatly successful, ordered by 16 countries to date. A total of 68 A330 MRTTs have been produced, and that may not sound a lot compared to, for example, the KC-135, of which about 800 have been built, but demand for aircraft like this is much lower now than it would have been 50 years ago. I say the aircraft comes from NATO. Let's be specific here. It comes from an organisation called the Multinational Multi-Role Tanker Transport Fleet, and that is a joint EU and NATO organisation consisting of 6 nations: Belgium, the Czech Republic, Germany and Luxembourg, as well as the Netherlands and Norway. And those nations are collectively purchasing an eventual fleet of 10 A330 MRTTs. They are cooperated, providing each member state with full strategic air tanker capability. The majority of the fleet based at Eindhoven, but there's a forward operating base at Cologne in Germany as well. And as the aircraft is facing away from us now, you can see the difference between this and a Royal Air Force A330, a Voyager as they call it, and that is that this aircraft has the added boom refueling system. The RAF Voyagers can only refuel using the hose and drogue method. A Grumman Tiger taking off just in front of the A330 MRTT. I was saying the Voyager capable only of hose and drogue refueling. The Royal Air Force's aircraft all use that method. However, many aircraft operated by other nations, and particularly aircraft that were built in the United States, tend to use the flying boom method of aerial refueling, which is in some ways less flexible. You can only refuel 1 aircraft at a time, whereas the hose and drogue system can refuel 2, possibly even 3. It can only refuel certain types of aircraft. It can't do rotary aircraft, for example, which the hose and drogue method can do. But it does have advantages, the flying boom system. And the key advantage is that the fuel transfer rate is much, much higher than via hose and drogue. So yes, you can only refuel 1 aircraft at a time, but you can do so much more quickly. And by having both systems fitted, you can see the hose and drogue pods under the wings of this A330 and the boom up by the tail. It maximises the number of different types that this aircraft can interoperate with, ensuring maximum flexibility. It has now vacated the runway and is heading over to the northeast loop for reasons that we are not privy to here at our broadcast centre. So it may be that we don't get to see the A330 MRTT taking off anytime soon. Nonetheless, there's still an hour and a half or so to go of our live broadcast, potentially more, and we shall keep our eyes peeled for activity if any aircraft do come off the northeast loop to take off. You can see the two C-130s that were taken over there some time ago, also on the northeast loop, positioned out on that side. The B-1 is out there as well, although we're certainly not expecting to see that taking off today. There's a C-295 over that way as well. And there is the German Air Force C-130J-30 Hercules that I was talking about a little while ago, and it looks like that may be our next movement here. Well, after a scenic tour of some of the taxiways out to the right-hand end of the airfield, it looks like the A330 MRTT is about to re-enter the runway. And it's taken me a while to work this out, but I have worked out why it's done that, and it's that the runway isn't wide enough for it to turn around, so it has had to go and do a bit of a tour of RAF Fairford in order to get repositioned and set up for takeoff. I think something similar happened at one point last year, and I was just as confused then as I was now. But now about to roll, on its way back to its base at Eindhoven, the Airbus A330 MRTT from the NATO Multinational Multi-Role Tanker Transport Capability. German Air Force C-130J-30 now on the runway. That will make its way down to the threshold and get turned around. The German Air Force has acquired a fleet of 3 of these stretched C-130J-30s, as well as 3 KC-130J aerial tanker versions of the Super Hercules, which are operated from Évreux in France as part of a joint squadron alongside 4 French C-130Js, and that unit provides a tactical transport fleet to the European Air Transport Command, which comprises France, Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Spain and Italy. The real purpose of that fleet has been to allow the French and German A400M fleets to focus more on strategic airlift by freeing them of some of the tactical airlift requirements, for which the A400M can sometimes be a bit too large, and the C-130J can take a slightly softer approach. And again, we have a little bit of a queue forming. The C-130 getting turned around. There's a Saab 2000 holding short of the runway, and Pilatus PC-21 as well. As that departs back to France, lining up to the right hand side, the Saab 2000, which did come in earlier, and I didn't get the chance to talk about it because I was hyping up something else at the time, so I feel I ought to now. This 58 seat passenger airliner, developed as a stretched version of the Saab 340. Unfortunately, it didn't prove very popular, and it lost out to a new generation of affordable regional jet airliners. Production ceased in 1999 after just 63 Saab 2000s had been built, and if you want to find one now in scheduled commercial service, you'll have to go to Alaska. But several are flying with charter airlines and in military hands with Pakistan and Saudi Arabia as an AWACS platform in the case of the former. Saab operate 2 of them for company transport, and here they've been acting as support aircraft for the fabulous Saab Jas-39E Gripen solo displays that we've been enjoying over the last few days. A T-346A Master of the Italian Air Force heading down the northern taxiway. We've just got, it appears, a short delay before the Saab 2000 takes off, so I'll use the time to explain to anyone who's joined us relatively recently that we've spent the last 6 days undertaking the official live broadcasts of the Royal International Air Tattoo 2025, the world's biggest military air show. Today is the departures day, sending all the aircraft back to their home bases, over 200 aircraft in total. Much of the broadcasting that we've been doing has been available exclusively on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. Yes, we have a streaming service, a paid access service that is full of aviation and airshow content. We've got programmes going all the way back to 1989, and all of our airshow live broadcasts have a home there as well. And a little bit later on I'll talk more about our IAT 1993 programme, which is being released tomorrow, and we'll look at some more clips of that. But first, let's look back out to the right hand side for the Pilatus PC-21, a turboprop powered advanced trainer which originates from the Swiss manufacturer Pilatus. It's designed to have a flight envelope that matches or surpasses a jet powered trainer, allowing it to be used to train fast jet pilots at a fraction of the cost. It is in many ways a flying flight simulator with onboard systems that can simulate the presence of other aircraft, both friend and foe, as well as simulated sensors and weapons systems. Prototype first flew in 2002, and over 200 examples have been built since. It is about to become a much more common sight on the airshow circuit, having so far been displayed by the Swiss Air Force on occasion and by the French Air Force's two-ship Mustang X-ray tactical display, but it's also recently been selected as the next aircraft for Patria Aguila, the Spanish national display team, previously flying the C-101 Aviojet, or the E-25 as it is officially known in Spanish service. They flew their last ever display on the Aviojet in June, and of course Plains TV was there to film it. We'll have a programme about that event on the streaming service relatively shortly, and it will be replaced, as I said, by the PC-21, which is now on the roll. It is not an aircraft to be underestimated, the PC-21. It makes much more noise than people expect, it goes much faster, it looks much sleeker. Sounds like an angry Hornet to me, especially when it's running at full chat. And another very potent trainer indeed, lined up on the runway out to our right-hand side. The Leonardo T346A Master. An aircraft that shares a common ancestry with the Yakovlev Yak-130, hence they are superficially quite similar. It started as a co-development. Yakovlev was looking to develop a new jet trainer, but they had their eye on the export market and really needed Western assistance in order to bring the project through to fruition. So they teamed up with the Italian company Alenia Aermacchi, but in due course different priorities led to both companies going separate ways. The jet was thus redesigned by Alenia Aermacchi, now Leonardo, to use exclusively Western components. It is technically very interesting. It's got variable flight control software which can cause the aircraft to mimic the handling characteristics of one of any number of frontline fighters. It is also, in certain variants, fully combat capable. The M346FA, for example, is combat capable and has been ordered by Nigeria, for example, as a low-cost combat aircraft. It can take on certain duties such as air policing or maritime patrol, and according to the manufacturer Leonardo, it can do so for around about 1/10 of the cost per flight hour of a Eurofighter Typhoon. Here it is, on the roll, the T346A Master. Before this little block of activity elapses, we are still expecting to see the Royal New Zealand Air Force Boeing 757, the Gulfstream G600, the de Havilland Canada DHC-6 Twin Otter, and the Dornier 27. Then there will be a little bit of a gap before we get to see the departure of the C5M Super Galaxy. That is the last scheduled movement of the day, but of course we are keeping an eye out on the Northeast Loop just in case any of the aircraft that are parked over there do happen to move again. Now, I just got a little question in my ear from Andrew, who said, which video shall we cut to now in this quiet moment? And I looked through the list in front of me of things that we have available, and one thing stood out: an aerobatic team that many of you may not have heard of. They don't exist anymore. They came from Hungary, and their name is the Sky Hussars, or it was the Sky Hussars, I should probably say. And this is a clip from the forthcoming programme from the International Air Tattoo 1993. The aircraft that they fly are 4 MiG-21s. Let's take a look. The Hungarian Air Force Sky Hussars flying 4 MiG-21s. This was the first time that MiG-21s had performed in a British flying display. The show begins with a solo display by one of the 3 MiGs, which then comes into land as the remaining 3 aircraft perform a mock tail chase and, finally, some close formation passes. Hungary operated over 130 MiG-21s from the 1960s up until 2001, but substandard engines, poor training and limited maintenance meant that the type suffered an appalling accident rate in Hungarian service, and more than half were lost in crashes. Well, I'm glad to see that many of you enjoyed that, and Richard Dastardly says an aerobatic team using MiG-21s seems to require an outsized amount of bravery. Kevin Jackson says we took so much for granted in the 80s and 90s. Yeah, I was born too soon. I wish I could have seen that. I shouldn't complain too much. I went out to the Czech Republic last year, not the Czech Republic, Croatia last year, to see the last ever display by one of their MiG-21s, and that will live long in my memory. Really exciting aircraft to watch, but yeah, how amazing it would have been to see a 4-ship team. Fortunately, you can do the next best thing. That's just a short excerpt from the RIAT 1993 programme. There's more material of the Sky Hussars in there, so if you go over and sign up at watch.planestv.com, that full 2-hour programme will be available to watch from tomorrow, and that is one of several new programmes coming to the streaming service very soon. I mentioned a little while ago that Plains TV have been out filming Patria Aguilar's last ever show on jets. That was Aire 25, an absolutely enormous show held at San Javier in Spain. It was the largest gathering of jet aerobatic teams anywhere in the world since 2018, and on the lineup was Patria Aguilar, there was the Red Arrows, the Patrouille de France, the Patrie Suisse, and there was another one, and I'm having a mental blank. Someone let me know what the other team was. There were 5 in total. The Frecce Tricolore, of course, it was the Frecce Tricolore, but flying as a 6-ship, which was interesting. And so we'll have full coverage of that. Includes all of the Spanish display participants as well, the Chinook, the Tiger, Patria Asper, who I think are just absolutely tremendous. We had a very rare flying display appearance from a Spanish SF5M as well, so there'll be a probably roughly 1 hour video from that show coming up perhaps at the end of August. We're also working on videos from a couple of other shows that we went out to in June. Ian went out to Pardubice in the Czech Republic. He will be producing a programme about that, again probably about an hour and a half in duration. This is what he got to see out in the Czech Republic. Some really interesting participants there, as you can see, and that was a really busy few weeks for us because Ian went to Pardubice, and then the next week I went to Spain for IRA 25. The week after that we all went to Leszno in Poland. The week after that I was commentating at Shuttleworth. June was full on. Leszno, Antidotum Airshow Leszno, that's one that we need to talk about as well, because I think that might have been the best live broadcast that Plains TV has ever been a part of. Fantastic weather, an amazing airshow lineup, and we had the most incredible live drone filming from inside the aerobatic box as well. Everything about that show was so immensely creative, so immensely photogenic. It's not like RIAT. It's the polar opposite of RIAT. You're not going to get a whole load of fast jets and rare helicopters. What you are going to get is a mix of some aircraft that are very rare, some that are very commonplace, representing the full spectrum of aviation, from paragliders to hot air balloons to military jets to large transport aircraft, commercial airliners, and everything in between, performing in the most creative and imaginative way. If you watched our live broadcast, I very much hope you did, then I hope you were as bowled over as I was, and I hope that we managed to get across the majesty of that event. You probably heard a couple of times over the course of that broadcast, I wouldn't say choked up, but there was genuine emotion in my voice. It was an ode to aviation and the beauty of flight in all of its guises. Now, we are creating an edited programme. There was so much going on that we couldn't possibly hope to capture all of it perfectly live. There is a cache of drone material which we never got to include in the live broadcast. And I've been thoroughly enjoying putting together a roughly 2-hour highlights programme from that event. It's about half edited now and should be online by the end of August. We've got a little highlights reel in case you missed the show, just to give you an idea of what it is that I'm trying to describe. In the airshow world, certain places are hallowed ground, and this, I humbly submit, should be one of them. So, that was quite a show. A very fast-paced highlights video there, but there was so much to try and cram into it. This is a military air show here today, so I'm guessing that most of you watching are military aviation enthusiasts, and probably the most memorable military performance at the event. There were many, but a completely unique formation display which I had the privilege of designing, which involved an F-16, two Eurofighter EF-2000s and a Tornado IDS. So in a minute we will look at a video of that, but we do have a little bit more live action here at RAF Fairford with a Czech Air Force C295M now lining up on the runway to depart down on the runway 27 threshold. The Czech Republic selected this type to replace the Antonov An-26, originally ordering 4 aircraft in 2010. Or rather, they were all delivered by 2010, and then a further 2 ordered a few years later, so now a total fleet of 6. All of them are operated by 242 Special Transport Squadron, which is based at the 24th Transport Base at Prague International Airport, and that is where this aircraft is most likely heading. And as the action does slow to a bit of a trickle, with most of the aircraft now having departed, we will go to that Leszno clip. Now, we did try to play it out a few days ago and got interrupted by an arrival, so we never got to the end. The best moment of that display, the manoeuvre that I was proudest of and the one that I can point at and say, yeah, I did that. It was the last manoeuvre, and we didn't get to show that because there wasn't time. So hopefully we'll make it all the way through to the end of the video today. Before we do go into that, I did spot a question from Jonathan Webb. He says, what are the chances of drone cameras being permitted to cover air shows in the UK? Well, it can happen, and it has happened. As we see a Beech 18 now coming onto the runway, a tricycle configured Beech 18, which is rather unusual, and note modified windows as well. Makes for a very unusual looking aircraft indeed. Yes, drones can and have been used to cover air shows in the UK, not live. It's not something that's likely to happen here though, what with this being a relatively secure military installation. The tricycle configured Beech 18 now rolling for takeoff. That was nice. Callum Patterson asks if we are going to be here for tomorrow's departures, and yes, indeed, it does look like there will be a few departures tomorrow. That was never planned to be the case, though, so no, we won't be live broadcasting, not least because we're not permitted to be live broadcasting. This is an operational military base, and there are windows during which we are permitted to record, and that ends at, I think it's 6 o'clock tonight. At that point, we are absolutely not allowed to have any of our cameras recording or broadcasting. So tomorrow, while many of us will still be here, it will exclusively be a pack-up day, and it does take quite some time to pack up the volume of equipment that we have been using. And now, taxiing for departure, we have the C-27J Spartan of 311 Gruppo of the Italian Air Force, better known as the Reparto Sperimentale Volo, which is the flight test centre based at Pratica di Mare, just outside Rome. That's where this aircraft shall now be heading, and it has been performing the most remarkable flying displays over the last few days. Fully aerobatic, complete with loops and quarter clovers and aileron rolls. New Zealand Boeing 757 now also on the move. C-27 displays have always had something of a reputation. In 2011, when it made its RIAT flying display debut, it had the rare distinction of being a double award winner, claiming the As the Crow Flies trophy for the best display as voted by the Friends of the Royal International Air Tattoo, and the Sir Douglas Bader trophy for the best individual flying display as voted by the Flying Control Committee. And then last year it won the Paul Bowen trophy for the best display by an overseas participant. I don't have the list of award winners for this year. It would not surprise me, though, if the C-27 had done it again, because although the element of surprise has gone, if anything, the displays have only got more technically impressive. A huge amount of vertical manoeuvring in this year's sequence, more than I have ever seen before, with quarter clovers flowing into clover Cubans, flowing into Cuban 8s, flowing into loops. It was absolutely marvellous. Remarkable to think, though, that this aircraft actually derives in a concept for a vertical takeoff airlifter. It was proposed by Fiat in the 1960s, a cargo aeroplane with a massive engine pod on each wing, each pod housing a turboprop engine facing forwards and 3 jet engines facing straight down. Well, the Italian Air Force wasn't interested in that, but they said, take out those jet engines, make it a normal aeroplane, and then we'll buy some. That's exactly what happened, and the result was the Fiat G222, of which the C-27 is a modernised version. The C-27, which features a glass cockpit and uprated engines, first flew in 1999. It entered service with the Italian Air Force in 2005, and since then, as we've seen over the course of today's departures session, it has attracted orders from around the world, and we have seen C-27s from quite a number of countries over the past few hours. But now, backtracking out to our left, the Royal New Zealand Air Force Boeing 757. No aircraft has come further from its home base to attend the show than this one has. It is a Boeing 727-2K2. It comes from 40 Squadron of the Royal New Zealand Air Force, based at Auckland. Developed as a successor to the tri-jet Boeing 727, the 757 is a twin-engine narrow-body airliner which first flew in 1982. The Royal New Zealand Air Force operates two of them. They both serve with 40 Squadron, and they deploy around the world supporting New Zealand's military commitments and also providing the government with a long-range VIP transport. The aircraft were delivered second-hand in 2003 and 2007. They were modified with a large cargo door and a strengthened floor to allow a heavier freight payload to be carried. But they are now nearing the end of their service career, and in late 2024 the Royal New Zealand Air Force began a tender to replace the 757 with a new type. Unfortunately, it no longer seems to perform flying displays. Sounds churlish of me to complain when an aircraft travels literally halfway around the world that it's only on static, but in the past these aircraft performed some quite spectacular flying displays, and the last time we saw it in Europe was at the RAF Cosford Airshow in 2018, of which you can find coverage on Plains TV, on the streaming service. We actually had the chance to do some air-to-air photography with it as well. That was the Royal We. I was not involved in that in Plains TV's operation at that point, and of course I'm very jealous looking back. There were some wonderful air-to-air opportunities at the Cosford Airshow 2018. Gulfstream G600 poking its nose round the corner there as the 757 gets turned around at the threshold of runway 27, ready to depart. It is an aircraft that famously has an excess of power, as we have just seen demonstrated, an extremely rapid rotation following a very short takeoff roll indeed, and as you can see it has already climbed to a considerable height. Keeping our eye out on the 27 threshold to see which of these two aircraft is going first, and it is indeed the Spartan. Primarily a tactical airlifter, excellent manoeuvrability, good STOL performance as well. It can carry 60 troops, 46 paratroopers or 11 tons of payload. That's almost exactly half the payload capacity of the C-130J, which stands to reason because the C-27 is fitted with exactly the same engine as the C-130J, but two of them rather than four. And to be specific, it's powered by the Rolls-Royce Allison AE 2100, producing 4,600 horsepower apiece. The Italian Air Force is expanding its C-27 capabilities beyond being a mere airlifter, though. It's recently developed an all-new variant called the EC-27 Jedi, which is a dual-role aircraft. It can be used for transport missions as normal, or it can be fitted out with a roll-on, roll-off modular electronic warfare suite. The EC-27s have been built from standard C-27Js, and they remain fully interoperable with the rest of the Spartan fleet. C-27s are operated by many nations beside Italy, a total of 16 military operators from Australia to Zambia, further orders in the offing as well. It was even operated briefly by the US Army, which is impressive given how hard the American market is to crack if you are a foreign manufacturer. But bizarrely, after just 2 from a total of 38 C-27s were delivered to the US Army, the order was passed over to the Air Force, who were short of cash and didn't really want it. The Air Force retired the C-27 barely 3 years later, with deliveries still ongoing, which led to an utterly ludicrous situation in which Alania was delivering brand new factory-fresh C-27s straight to the boneyard at Davis Monthan. But fortunately they did eventually find a new lease of life. 7 of them were sent back to the Army and are used by Special Operations Command, and a further 14 went to the US Coast Guard, redesignated as the HC-27 Ocean Sentry, where it's used for surveillance, maritime patrol, disaster response, drug interdiction and search and rescue. The Royal New Zealand Air Force Boeing 757 coming back for a fly-through. This is something we don't see very often here at RIAT. What a treat. The Gulfstream G600 next to depart. the de Havilland Canada Twin Otter there. Type that first flew in 1965 and it's still in production to this day. It's used as a short takeoff and landing utility aircraft and airliner which can land on very short airfields and unprepared airstrips. De Havilland's production run ended in 1988, but the rights to the design have been purchased by Viking, who resumed manufacturing of the aircraft in 2010. And we have a bit of a Stoll theme, if you like, because also preparing for takeoff is the Dornier 27. This is a short takeoff and landing aircraft developed in the mid-50s for the German military. The aircraft had a large cabin able to carry either 4 or 5 passengers. It proved popular with operators requiring a general purpose or artillery spotting aircraft. Over 420 examples were acquired by the German Air Force and Army, who used the type as a utility aeroplane and for battlefield reconnaissance. The Twin Otter now on the roll. Well, before we take a little bit of a break ahead of the departure of the C5 in a little while, I thought I'd take a quick glance at the chat and see if there were any questions, and there are. There's some people wondering why the B1 cancelled, and there are various rumours doing the rounds. I haven't spoken to the crew personally, so I'm not going to go into what those rumours are and which one is likely to be accurate, but what I can say is that it is broken. Then another question I spotted, how come the F-35 didn't fly? Was there a similar issue? No, absolutely not. We got all of the F-35 flying that we expected to see. There was only ever scheduled to be an F-35 fly past on the Friday, and we got it. The other question I spotted, Ian, who by the way I met yesterday in the static display, and we had a chat and talked about how mentally frayed we all feel by the end of the week, and he's got misidentified that Twin Otter on the way out and claimed to have Adam brain. Yes, so that's entirely reasonable, and let's start calling it that. He asked me what my favourite moment of RIAT 2025 was, and the tricky thing is, the more I think about it, the more I think of the one that sticks in my mind though, Finnish Hornet. We had a few Finnish Hornet displays where I was on the main camera over the last 3 days, and I just remember, first of all, doing some of the best filming I've ever done of a fast jet. Second of all, amazing vapour, great cloudscapes. Third of all, cracking display. And those three things together, I think that sticks in my mind as my highlight of the show. Having said that, French Atlantique, that's got to be up there as well. I love an Atlantique, and it was very well flown. Now, we do have a break before the C5 is due to take off, and I think it's somewhere in the region of an hour. There are some aircraft around and about, as you can see now, that have been due to leave but haven't yet. That is the Royal Air Force Poseidon MRA-1 from 120 Squadron, and there are several that have also been dragged over to the Northeast Loop. You saw a couple of C-130s go over there, there's a Tornado over there, the R4D is over there. We may see some of those depart, but there's no activity to suggest that they will at the moment. So, while we have a bit of a break, let's play out that Lesno video that I was talking about earlier, that fast jet formation, which to my knowledge has never been seen at an airshow before. It was a specially choreographed routine as well. We're not talking straight and level flypasts. This was pretty special, and it was happening right around sunset as well. Let's go back in time to the middle of June in Poland, Antidotum Airshow Lesno 2025. This is badge formation. Here they come from the right hand side, and now you can see just what has changed since yesterday, because we have not one Eurofighter EF-2000 but two. From the right, this is badge formation. These two air arms share very much in common, not least because under the NATO Enhanced Air Policing Programme they have struck a mutual agreement to protect one another's airspace. That agreement was signed in 2021, allowing each nation to intervene in the event that a threat is detected across the border, allowing German jets to operate in Polish airspace as required, and vice versa. It's not just in the air that the two nations cooperate, it's on the ground as well. For example, German Patriot surface-to-air missile systems have been stationed here in Poland since 2023, helping to defend Polish airspace on NATO's eastern flank. Germany has a special place in the hearts of all those who frequent the Anti-Dotum Airshow, not least because it was here in Leszno that they debuted their Eurofighter demonstration team in 2022, and this year the Tornado demonstration team made their first official public display here at Leszno. Fascinating to see a size comparison between all these types, each one designed in a different era and for a different role. There's the diminutive F-16 with its 10-metre wingspan. There's the Tornado, some 40% wider. The F-16 with an empty weight of 8.5 tonnes, the Tornado weighing 14 tonnes. The F-16 with a payload capacity of 7.7 tonnes, the Tornado with a weapons payload of up to 9 tonnes. It's actually capable of taking the weight of an empty F-16 on its wings. Well, next up, I predict that the formation is going to come back towards us for what could be the defining image of Anti-Dotum Airshow Leszno 2025 as they perfectly intersect the sun and turn in towards us on the B-axis. And this will be for a bomb burst. What a memorable display that was, an absolute privilege to have been involved in helping to shape it as well. But back now to the live action, because we have a Royal Air Force Poseidon MRA-1 now making its way down the runway. After the retirement of the Nimrod MR2 and the cancellation of the Nimrod MRA4 project in 2010, the RAF was left with no anti-submarine or maritime patrol capability. And so, to fulfil that rather important gap, in 2016 the government ordered the P-8 Poseidon, known in the UK as the Poseidon MRA-1. The first aircraft was delivered in 2019. The Poseidon is based on the Boeing 737-800, but with modified wingtips that improve performance and efficiency in the low-level environment. It also has 4 under-wing hardpoints to carry anti-ship missiles and a bomb bay which can carry either torpedoes or rescue equipment, and a system of tubes as well through which sonar buoys and other monitoring equipment can be dropped. This one comes from 120 Squadron at RAF Lossiemouth. In fact, all of the RAF's Poseidons are part of that squadron, and Lossiemouth shall soon also be home to the RAF's Wedgetail AEW-1 fleet, also based on the Boeing 737, and so there is of course a great advantage to keeping those two types together for the purpose of streamlining maintenance and ground support. We've seen both the Wedgetail and the Poseidon in the RIAT flying display this year. The Poseidon flying on the Saturday and the Sunday, a solo fly past on the Saturday, a fly past with the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, on the Sunday. And it's the second time that we've seen the Poseidon in the RIAT flying display. On the Saturday, we also saw the RIAT flying display debut and, in fact, the global flying display debut of a Royal Air Force Wedgetail. That flew in formation with the Red Arrows and performed a solo pass of its own. And all of that, of course, will be included in our highlights programme of RIAT 2025, which we are aiming to release on our streaming service sometime around November. But now, from the right, from 120 Squadron of the Royal Air Force, the Poseidon MRA-1 from the static display is heading back to base. Now I'd like to take a look at one last clip from Antidotum Airshow Leszno, this clip being part of our forthcoming highlights programme, because there was another very special military display, quite unlike anything else that I had ever seen at an airshow before, and it actually involved one of the aircraft that we've been enjoying here at Fairford over the last few days in the form of the German Army NH-90 tactical transport helicopter. The Antidotum Airshow, it joined up with another German Army type, the Tiger, as well as 2 historic German Army machines in the form of the UH-1D and the Bolko Bo 105. And they performed a combined display, which again I'm very proud to say I had some influence in creating, and this is one of the many performances that benefited from some absolutely incredible drone filming as well. So, given we have another short gap here, we'll go back to Leszno once again. What we're about to see is a combined performance by the Tiger, NH-90, UH-1D Iroquois and Bolko Bo 105, representing the past and present of German Army aviation. It's time to welcome the cast of the Antidotum Airshow 2025 Grand Opening.
Helicopter information position now. Falcon on position. Tiger position. NH position. Roger. Stand by for bow. 3, 2, 1, bow. Stand by, right pedal turn. 3, 2, 1, go. Lifting northbound, northwest.
And that surreal spectacle indicates that the antidote is beginning to take effect, and it will stay with us for the next 7 hours. That is an excerpt of the Work in Progress highlights film of Antidotum Airshow Leszno 2025, and that will soon become part of the catalogue of programmes available on our streaming service. Here are some of the others.
Down the runway, 100 knots, and then at 135 knots we rotate and turn right. Full power now, middle of the airfield, start raising the nose, big wing over to the right.
The Dassault Mirage F1 is another of the successful French Mirage family.
We will have a new programme to add to our streaming service in the coming days, tomorrow in fact, and that is our Unseen Tapes programme from the International Air Tattoo 1993, and over the course of this week we've been previewing some of that unseen video. We still have a little while before the C5 takes off, although it does now have its engines running, so there hopefully isn't too long to go. Nonetheless, to fill the time, let's dip into the IAT 1993 programme once again, and this time we're going to look at an absolutely fabulous display from a French Air Force Mirage 2000. Here, a very high quality display by a French Air Force Mirage 2000.
The display includes some imaginative and unusual manoeuvres and a hefty dose of negative G. Look at this, a negative G on-crowd barrel roll followed by an outside turn.
Another little look at some of the content from that 2-hour-long programme from IAT 1993 that will be released on Plains TV tomorrow. And Adrian filmed that material. It's never been used. It sat in, or the tapes have sat in a box in storage until earlier this year, or was it the end of last year, when Ian dug them out and digitised them. We then put them through digital restoration because the quality had degraded quite substantially, but the results, I think, look quite compelling, really. Some wonderful displays that aren't around anymore or aren't around in any recognisable form, and that Mirage stood out to me as one of the finest of the day. That negative G barrel roll, absolutely extraordinary. I've never seen that done. A big thank you to Dawn Mitchell, who's sent us a £10 super chat and says thanks for 5 days of brilliant information, filming and commentary. You are very welcome indeed. There is nothing we would rather be doing than being here at the biggest military air show in the world, putting on a live broadcast that all of us are very, very proud of. It's hard work, but it is immensely enjoyable and immensely rewarding. If you would like to support us, then of course there are plenty of ways to do so. A super chat is one. The other is by subscribing to our streaming service, and that will give you access to all of our live content as well as our back catalogue of programmes, including this video from IAT 1993, which is, as I say, being released tomorrow. It was certainly a very interesting editing project for me because, without going into any specific details, you've seen me and heard me over the past few hours and past few days. You can probably tell that I wasn't around in 1993. I'm not old enough for that. And really, my airshow conscious memory started in about 2010. Really, in any kind of detail, it was about 2015, I suppose. So, for me, it was absolutely fascinating to look through all of this old material and have access to what, at the point that I saw them, was an unedited tape. It had uncut or nearly uncut displays from that era, and that's something that I'd never really come across before, because most things by the time they reach public consumption have been edited in some way, as indeed these tapes now have been. So it was a really interesting exercise for me to be able to see these uncut displays and appreciate what has and hasn't changed. The Frecce Tricolori, we looked at a clip of them on Wednesday of last week as part of our live broadcast from IAT 1993, and their show hasn't changed very much at all, apart from the order of some of the manoeuvres being changed a little bit, and then there's other things that are so totally different. The C5M Galaxy is on the move, and it is behind the RIAT grandstand, now turning onto the taxiway. And seeing as that is out of sight, while it taxis to the runway, let's go back to 1993 one more time to see a MiG-29 display from the Czech Air Force.
Czechoslovakia operated 18 single-seat MiG-29As and 2 dual-seat MiG-29UBs, which were split 50-50 between the Czech Republic and Slovakia when the nation split in two.
Well, you have to cut away from a MiG-29 if it is to see a C-5. There aren't many things worth cutting away from a MiG-29 for, but this, I would argue, is one of them. And this will be our last movement of the Royal International Air Tattoo 2025. What a treat to have this Leviathan of the skies here on static display at RIAT, the largest military transport aircraft ever developed by a NATO nation. On the main deck, it can carry 67 metric tons of cargo in one flight, which can include up to 6 AH-64 Apache attack helicopters. Plus, there is a separate small passenger cabin on the main deck, usually fitted with 75 seats. The US Air Force first took delivery of 131 C5s starting in 1969, and today all those that remain have been upgraded to C5M standard. This is the first time that a C5 has visited RIAT since 2012.
Where's it going? He's trying to park it up down the bottom. Oh, it's not going up. I wouldn't do that to you.
The C5 embarking on another of those little scenic tours of the northeast parts of RAF Fairford. It will have to do this in order to get turned around. Under more normal circumstances it might have been able to use the northern taxiway, but that northern taxiway is currently very close to a construction site and there is a width limit. The C5 is far wider than that width limit, so it's had to backtrack down the main runway, then come off onto the northeast loop and trundle round the taxiways in order to get set up and pointing in the right direction. This will be a runway 27 departure, the runway direction getting a little bit more critical now because the wind has got pretty blustery and we've got good wind protection on the microphone, so hopefully you aren't really aware of us, but aware of it, but believe me, here we are feeling the effects of that wind. It's getting quite strong. A big thank you to Bill Peterson, who has sent us $10. He says, great stuff, thank you. Bill, it is our absolute pleasure, and we very much appreciate your contribution. The C5 now trundling back towards the runway threshold and getting ready to depart. This, our last anticipated movement of RIAT 2025. And as the aircraft departs, do note, by the way, the unusual landing gear configuration. The aircraft has no fewer than 28 tyres, and the main gear bogies are so large that they actually have to be rotated before retraction in order to fit into their bay. So as the aircraft departs, notice that those gear bogies will spin through 90 degrees before moving up into the fuselage of the aircraft. It is an absolute behemoth of the skies, and I think it is quite fitting that this closes our live coverage, not least because it was one of the very first arrivals that we saw on the Wednesday as well, and its arrival was pretty memorable, as will this be. But when the C5 does go, do stick with us for another couple of minutes, because I will be handing over to Ian, who is really the man behind this entire broadcast, and he will have the last word. This C5, by the way, coming from the 439th Airlift Wing of the US Air Force. It's based at Westover Air Force Reserve Base in Massachusetts. And here it is, on the roll, the last movement, the last departure of our live broadcast from the US Air Force, the C5M Galaxy. And on that note, we conclude. Bringing this live coverage to you is no easy feat. We've been broadcasting for up to 11 hours a day. We've been on site for 14 or 15 hours a day. Early mornings, long shifts, late nights, but there is nothing that we would rather be doing. And as the C5 gives an energetic wing rock on its way out, I shall hand over to Ian. Before I do, I'll just say one thing myself, which is that I hope over the last 55 hours of broadcasting our passion for RIAT and for air shows in general has shone through. And from me, it's goodbye. Ian, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Adam, and I'll echo that sentiment entirely. We love what we do. There's nowhere we'd rather be. There are, as Adam says, long days, but it wouldn't be anything without you joining us. Quick welcome to the team. Adrian, my father, who started this business getting on for 35 years ago, and he's been on camera. Matt, young Matt, our eagle-eyed air cadet, vision better than any of our cameras, wonderful spotter for us. Adam, who you've been spending lots of wonderful time with, and Andrew on the end there, who is our primary technical director inside, who will do the full 10.5 hours with a 10-minute break if he's lucky, from either Andy or myself backing him up. Huge thank you to him. I'm going to send him back inside so that he can press one more button for us as we finish the day, but I did just want to say a big thank you to you. We wouldn't be anything without you guys watching. Actually, one more thank you as well to the team at Douglas Bader House, of course, for entrusting us with this wonderful live broadcast from Royal International Air Tattoo. So, quick thank you then to you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you if you signed up to watch.planestv.com, our subscription service. Adam and I, as he has explained, are working very hard to bring you lots of interesting airshow action from all over the world. Thank you again for joining us. We'll see you very soon live again on Planes TV. Goodbye.
25, 30 years ago, this was a military air show. Now it is the military air show. It is the singular de facto showcase for militaries the world over. There is nowhere like RAF Fairford during this particular week in July. Nowhere else, at no other public event, will you see this breadth and variety of military aircraft.